Hey, cuties. Come on in. Come on in. I do this every time. Let me get a bottle of water. Sorry about that. I forgot I had an alarm set on this phone. Okay, I'm back. And let me start over. When I tell you guys today has been a day, oh my goodness. First day back to work, and I wanted to leave. But thank you guys so much for joining me. Right now we have 191 people that are here watching or in the chat or both. If you guys could please hit the like button if you haven't already. I'm trying to get another device going. 1 second. I'm a one-woman show up in this house. So I just let my dogs out, but I had to leave the patio door open because currently it is 108 degrees. A mess. All right, here we go. Let me turn this down. Okay, I'm ready now. Until I gotta let the dogs in, guys. But 252 people watching. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I am going to acknowledge you guys. I appreciate you all for joining me for this Love and Marriage Huntsville recap, live discussion, open panel. And yes, Miss DJ Brown, that's why I made Martell the thumbnail. What's really going on? What is really going on? He looks a mess. He looks a mess. Oh, MJ. Okay, but thank you, DJ Brown, for joining me. Kim Sarton, you put, I bet his face looked like that because this was the time when him and Ariane got into it, and looks like she got a few licks in. Yeah, I don't know, stung by some wasps, some bees, something. But you know what? That's what happens when you find yourself on the outside looking in sometimes. Them looks, child. Life. Start whooping that tail. Hey, Judy, but thank you, Kim. Judy, you put Martell haven't seen anything yet. He's going to have to sell some of those Baby Gap suits to eat. He can't feed his kids. Mel, let CS know they eat steak, eggs, and strawberries for breakfast. That's right. We don't do no popsicles over here, baby. No popsicles, no oatmeal, no water, no none of that. Sugar at 5:30 in the morning. Where they do that at? But thank you, Judy, Cutie Crew member. Hey, Pamela. Hey, Vondell. Hey, Joanna. Hey, Willis ain't talking about much. Hey, sis. We got my sis Pink Diva in the house. Sis, I'm sure your day was just as tiring as mine. Woo, child. Hey, Linda Gamble. Hello, Elizabeth. Tawana in the house. Hey, Tawana. Tawana, you know, I don't want to say I love it, but that Oppressing Women Network, also known as OWN, Spot On, spot on. I'm going to try to get into Love and Marriage Detroit. But from what I gather, it's the same old thing. I think Carlos got a thing for women just looking like fools. I don't know, child. But thank you to Tawana, Cutie Crew member, Titi, Cutie Crew member, Lois Hardy, Cutie Crew member. We got Aunt Debbie in the house. Hey, Aunt Debbie. Aunt Debbie, I put your line in that video, child, the other day. How is the ex? Wait a minute. How is the next gonna have some expectations on the ex? But I know you said it differently, Debbie. If you click the link today, correct me. But yeah, Kimmy Kiowa situation. We're gonna discuss that on the main page. We did discuss that Sunday. We had our Cutie Crew members only live, and it ran us 5 hours. 5 hours. I see it's a couple crews out here on this YouTube in these YouTube streets too. But we letting them know we are the original Cutie Crew, baby. But thanks, Aunt Debbie, Cutie Crew member, Linda Miles, Cutie Crew member, Donna, good evening. Fifi, I think I got you. Eve, Monica, Stephanie Rogers, Tanya Jackson. Thank you, Tanya, for joining us. The summer baby heard he may have had injections in his face. It does look like fillers or Botox, and whatever it is, he needs to just say no. It ain't working at all. Hey, TK. Hi, Sharon. Hey, Jay. TK, you say that pic of Martell looks like he got stung in the face by a swarm of bees. Yes, it does. Oh, my goodness. Now, you know, Martell's demeanor, attitude, and all of that has been dank since season 1, as far as the treatment of his ex-wife. But I must admit, and I'm sure some of you guys can as well, Martell initially, before we knew his history, was a nice looking man. He going down, okay? Hey, Jay. Hello, Makita. Hi, April. Hey, Ruthie Green. Thank you. Happy Tuesday to you as well. We got Trending. Hey, Trending. Now, I just clicked like on that post, Trending, with your new avatar. I just saw that. Trending is a Cutie Crew member, Gracie Moss, Cutie Crew member. Hey, Gracie. Hey, Michelle. Can't wait until this guy gets what's coming to him. It looks like it's already hitting him, Michelle. It really does. Baby Doll, thanks for joining me. Bye, Gordon, thanks for joining me. We got Bevy in the house. Hey, Bevy. Cutie Crew member. Zebra Cutie Crew member. Janice Walker, Cutie Crew member. Janice, send me some of that cool down, please. My goodness. And actually, Saturday, I believe, is going to be 116 degrees. So I will get a break. I'm going to be in Chi-Town the following weekend. All right, and I'm still trying to get this mouse together over here. I do have a mouse pad instead of this mouse desk cover. But let me continue. Sandra, thanks so much for joining me. Cutie Crew member, Tanya Jackson, Megan, NJ Beck, Andre. Okay, Andrea, Andreania. Thanks for joining me. Jess Justified in the house. Hey, Jess. Hey, Choice Designs. Hello, Austin. Alexander, Cutie Crew member. We're almost down to the bottom, guys. When I get down to the bottom and finish saying the hellos, I do got to run and get the pets. It'll take less than a minute. But Kate Pope, thanks for joining me. Demi, May May, T. Sherelle, uh, uh, Edit Thea. Child, I looked at those monitors, 3 of them today, and my eyes playing tricks on me. Hello, Demi, Valerie Owens. It's Chrissy time in the house. Hey, it's Chrissy time. Cutie crew member. What's going on, Mouse? Don't do this to me. Miss Playwright, good evening. Keisha, good evening. Square Biz, good evening. Gloria Thompson, Tina Turner, LaDawn in the house. Monica, Rhonda, Baby Doll, Neva, Cutie Crew member. LaDawn is a Cutie Crew member. Tina Turner, Cutie Crew member. Simply Diamond, thanks so much for joining me. He sure does. Yes, yes, he does. May, I believe I said hello to you. All right, Regina, good evening. Sis Zakia, Cutie Crew member, good evening. Hannah Grace. Hey, Hannah, with the beautiful, beautiful garden that seems like it goes for acres and acres and acres. Oh, Hannah, you know I'm jealous. Thanks for joining me, Hannah. Olivia, thanks for joining me. Terry T, baby, Cutie Crew member. Miss Linda, Cheryl Canada in the house, Cutie Crew member. What you doing, Miss? It's Chrissy time. What are the eyeballs for, child? I am blessed. Pecan Pam, thanks for joining me. Yes, yes, yes. 108 and climbing. At 1 o'clock in the morning, it's still in the high 90s. So yeah, I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm over it. All right, Lisa, Yvette, Catherine, Shauna, TBD, Cutie Crew member. I'm getting down. Trina, Cutie Crew member. Hannah put Slowtail. Looks like he turned into a alcoholo. Oh my God, Hannah. Alcoholic. Yeah, because you know, Hannah, you got me over here about to choke. We know he like to say alcohol or whatever he say. Something ain't right. Hey, bye. Oh, yeah, I saw a couple posts of people comparing. Sheree definitely had Botox. Now, let's remember, Sheree had some work done locally in Huntsville by none other than Alonda. So I don't know if you guys remember that. Maybe they both went there together, child. Mm-mm-mm. All right, guys, I'm down to the bottom. If I missed any of you, Mary Booker from St. Lou, from the Lou, Lois Hardy. Lois, she said, please keep my family in your prayers. My nephew transitioned Monday morning at 61 years old. I am so very sorry. So very sorry. Sorry, Lois. May your rest, Lord have mercy. You just took my what I was about to say away. May your nephew rest in peace. Prayers and condolences go out to your family. So very sorry to hear that. You guys are definitely, definitely in my prayers. All right, let me run and get the pets, guys. I'm gonna turn the music up. I think I know why It's Chrissy Time was laughing. It's Chrissy Time. You're gonna have to tell me a members only on Thursday, child. All right, give me one quick second. If you guys can put some praying emojis in the chat for Lois while I run and let my little pets in. Prayers again. Hey, Delicium03. Can we talk about the interview with Foxo? We can. Now, I believe that we did, but we will again. Maybe that was members only as well. You guys need to become members. We put in work this past Sunday, 5 hours. All right, let me get my pets. Give me 1 second. Okay, I am back. And we gonna get started. It's stressful when you ain't got nowhere to live. Facts. Yeah, if you guys saw the thumbnail on your way in, I snapped a couple of those pictures when I was watching the episode. All right. Hey, Angela. Oh, hey, Angela Richardson. Hello, Chit Chat. Just want to let you know that I'm home from the hospital in a little pain, but I'm listening. Thank God, Angela, I had you on my list because we do know that you had your final, I believe you said final procedure, and I am glad that you are at home. Please rest up. Listen only today, or if you want to hit the link for sure, but I definitely don't want you to overexert yourself in any way. God is good, Angela. I am so happy to see you. All right, guys, let's get started. If I missed any of you, and I know I did, hello. If you have not hit the like button, please go ahead and hit the like button. Currently, we have 600 people watching. Let me acknowledge a new member. Hey, Gwen. Thank you so much for joining the Cutie crew. And Zonalda Harris, thank you so very much for the super sticker. I really appreciate it. Welcome again, Gwen. Those cutie crew ladies are deep. Do you hear me? Deep. We have a ball in our members only lives weekly. And we have a couple men in there. They don't drop down often, but yeah, it's a sisterhood. And speaking of one of the Cutie Crew members, Angela Richardson, shared with us on Sunday. Angela's story is so powerful, and I wish that it wasn't a members only live so Kimmy could have heard Angela's testimony. So Angela went through breast cancer as well. She's in remission. She had the total opposite mate, husband, compared to Maurice Scott. And she had a village and family and everything. I mean, it was just an amazing testimony. So yeah, that's a little bit of what you guys can experience if you are a Cutie Crew member, just personal stories. We also talk about the show now, that's for sure. But yeah, it is wonderful. So I do thank all of my Cutie Crew members. And let's get started, guys. This is the recap of Love and Marriage Huntsville, Season 6, Episode 14, Caillou What? And speaking of Caillou What, that's exactly what we are going to start with. So I did drop a full recap of the episode. If you guys have not watched that, please make sure to go and watch it. It'll be a little more in detail than what I'm just going to briefly go through, because the purpose of this live is I want to hear what you guys thought about the episode, or if you haven't watched the episode and you're blacking out, what you think about all of the content creators that's shared their recaps and all of that with you guys. So yeah, the episode did start off. It was a continuation of Kimmy and Kiowa. Kimmy had the nerve to expect Kiowa to clear up the rumors that she was a side chick. And I'm still puzzled. Like I said in the video, and I believe we definitely talked about it in Members Only Live, Kiowa is better than me because it's the audacity for me. It really is. And she was serious. Kimmy was serious and upset. Now, somebody I don't know if it was in my comment section or Members Only, they felt like it was an insult when Kimmy told Kiowa, your son, talking about I'm going to start calling him Maurice Jr. I'm over the monster word. But she made sure to point that out, your son. And yeah, that was sort of a dig because she said that basically Jalen was unprotected as far as hearing these rumors and all of that about her, and Kiowa's son was protected. But just bold. That's just the gist of my brief little overview on that. She was bold as heck because first of all, why do you still care? Why do you still care? Why does it bother you so much? Because you're married to the man now, been married to him for a couple years. I see what you just said. It's Chrissy time. The truth definitely hurts. And yeah, let it go. Or either you tell Maurice to clear it up. So as I mentioned in my video, I remember vividly of Maurice's brother, and Kiowa was on a live a couple years ago, and Mark said Kimmy was a sad chick. So it's like direct that anger towards the people who should get it, but you would never be that bold with me for me to clear up your name when legally I was still married when you started dating him. So yeah, that was that scene. Now, I definitely want you all's thoughts on Mel and Stormy meeting up for a slushy child, a slushy, or whatever it was, a little bar, smoothie bar, and Stormy pulls up in a Rolls Royce with a driver. Why? Why? And we are not hating. I'm not on Stormy. If you got the money, you got it, but what's the purpose? So word around the social media streets is she wanted to basically show up Mel in this secret competition with Mel, because that was a very casual place, and it was jeans, blue jeans worthy, jogging pants worthy, gym shoes, a sweatshirt, a t-shirt. Stormy jumps out with a pantsuit, heels, and everything else. So it just further confirms to me when she gave Destiny that Gucci purse, those were her intentions, just to show off. Whatever floats her boat. But in that conversation, Stormy made sure to, again, try to act like she don't know why her and Mel aren't close or as cool as they could have been. And it's because of the shadiness of Stormy, and it's because of Stormy's mama. I mean, how many times does this girl have to say what's going on? I just don't get it. Stormy herself said that she knew Mel's basically routine of shutting down, isolating herself after filming, after the reunion. She's done it for years. We've all noticed on social media, we won't see a post from Mel. We won't see a story from Mel. She's regrouping. And on top of that, the child custody case was still going on. A couple years before that, the divorce was still going on. So for Stormy to have these expectations and she's partying at Chateau Cheray, I'm confused. Because where they do that at? I'm not that type of friend where I'm just possessive. But no, you're not about to be kicking it with my ex that I'm going through all this drama with. You're going to be kicking it at his new girl's house or whatever Sheree is to Martell, and then you expect me to do what with you? Sit down as girlfriends and tell you my personal business so you can run and tell them? So yeah, a mess. Hey, Queen's Tea with Gigi. Hey, Jazzy. Hey, it's Cutie Pie. Hey, it's AJ. Give me 1 second, guys. I have another member. Valerie, welcome to the Cutie crew. Thank you so much for joining, Valerie. I hope to see you and Gwen Thursday for our Cutie Crew members only live. Last thing that I'll say when it comes to Stormy and Mel's scene was Stormy had the nerve in her confessional to say that Mel gaslights folks. Mel acts like she doesn't have, no. She says that she doesn't have a problem with people, but she acts like she does. She also says that Mel is very passive aggressive. And, she said it is what it is. So if it is what it is, just let it be. Let it be. Because I don't see Mel ever opening up to Stormy as far as a friendship. Do I think that they could have had one? Absolutely. I've made videos where when Mel made a post about Stormy as far as her brand, Mel called her sis, and you guys support her, put the website in there, everything. And then Petty Betty was running at the mouth. And yeah, so it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Yes, Mocha, all up in the chateau. And she confused. Hey, succeeding. All right, guys. Real quickly, I'm going to go with the Black X Expo. The setup, or when the Core 6 minus Mel showed up just to look at the scene. So that's where we saw let me see if I emailed it to myself. I know I did. Hold on. Here we go. Let me put this up on the screen, child. Let me download. Real quickly, this is going to take a second. All right. So when they met up to view the Expo space, this is when I was able to snap these pictures, child, of Mr. Martell Holt. Oh, my goodness. Why? I just don't know why. On top of what looks like, I don't know, is it too much Botox? Too much fillers? Did he have bags under his eyes where he was trying to fill it in? But that's scary because it's dripping, like it's going all down into his cheeks. You know what I mean? Just a mess. But yeah, snap these pictures when they went to go see the space. Not too much was going on. That's when everybody was looking at Tisha's body, yaddy, yaddy. Now, I wish I would have emailed myself that picture too, where Tisha looked like she was the wife of a Mormon, season 1. Tisha had on an ankle length skirt, a long sleeve shirt, button all the way up to under her neck. And now Tisha got that body, child. Got that body, okay? Allegedly, people have been saying, somebody said that Martell mentioned, if you guys remember this, put it in the chat, because I saw this on Instagram today. Somebody said that Martell mentioned on the show that Tisha had surgery. So I don't remember exactly him saying that, but obviously, allegedly, she has, because, she was good and grown when the show started, so it's not like she had to grow into that body, but it looks good. I am not going to hate on Tisha. I've seen work of other people where it's been a mess. So, yeah. But not much went on there. They just made small talk. It was about Mel. Tisha let them know. Mel said she wasn't participating. Martell tried to make it about him. Naturally, he tried to make Mel look bad and say, this is supposed to be for the community, and we're supposed to be able to come together. So I'm supposed to hang out at the expo with you on Tuesday and then show up at court Wednesday morning and fight you for my kids. Is that what Martell is expecting, or was? A mess. But okay, let's see. Austin, thank you. Austin said Tisha got her butt done in season 1 or 2. He said, and Marceau still don't want her. Look at Wanda and Kiki's shape. That's not a family thing. Child, I'm not even going to repeat a comment that I saw on Instagram today that described Wanda's body yaddy, child. When I tell you, oh my God, I cracked up. Hey, Rue. Rupa, she did all that fixing up, but Martell still for the streets. She still looked dusty to me. Yep, Martell did say she had surgery. Okay, I missed that. But it's obvious. Celebra, it was the episode when Mel threw Tisha out of. Oh, okay. The skincare launch event. Martell said Tisha had two BBLs, and Marceau still don't want her. Oh my goodness. Wow. So I'm gonna go back and watch that episode one day this week. But yeah, that was basically it with the setup of the event space. Scene 4 was Maurice and Monster. Lord, I got Monster written down. Maurice and Maurice Jr. And that was when they went to the gym to shoot some hoops. It seems like a light bulb finally went off in Maurice's head as far as his lack of communication with his son and the lecturing instead. Um, People like that, it's kind of hard to break those habits. But hopefully, if he wants a relationship with his child where, Maurice Jr. can open up, hopefully he will stop lecturing as much and start listening. But give me 1 second, guys. Kiki, thank you so much for the super chat. You put, I'm shocked that millionaires are beefing over $100. You ain't the only one, Kiki. And that's definitely coming up. When I drop the link, come up on the panel. Let me know your thoughts because yeah, come on now. Where they do that at? I'll get to that in a minute because I'ma perch my lips like Donald Trump and say fake news, fake news, fake news. That's what I think. But great point. Thank you again for the super chat. Looking like the back of a Cracker Jack box. Yes, it's Christy time. Season 1 child. Ooh wee. Tisha was like straight up and down, not a hip in sight. What did it say at Chit Chat? No, I can't say it. Ooh, child. Ooh, I wish they were in the I don't know if they're on YouTube under the same name. But oh my God. Okay, they said Wanda looked like a sectional. Somebody said Tisha, oh God, they said something as far as a piece of furniture where, like the butt sticks out or something. I don't know. But the person that put the comment said, well, Tisha didn't get that from Wanda because Wanda's body is like a sectional, something like that. Cracked me up. But yeah, okay, next scene after, and we'll just combine these two. It was Courtney and his mom. Very touching scene. I enjoy Courtney's mother because you can tell she has respect. You can tell she's not about the mess. And yeah, I enjoyed it. I really did. I enjoyed their conversation. It's always great when grown adult children can sit down and feel that type of comfort with the parent where Courtney even started crying and just an overall great scene. I'm still looking for Mama Van. Where's Mama Van? Now I would, and I don't see how that would happen, but I would love to see Mama Van and Courtney's mother in a scene somehow, but Carlos prefers to show us messy Earth Wanda and petty Earth Betty for some reason. I don't get it. Let's see. And we'll go ahead and get to the Black Expo. I'm trying to say it like Tisha. Marceau came in on 10, ordering folks around. But as I put in my video, I think that they needed that. Because the question that he asked Tisha's or the event planner was, why do you guys have two screens? I think it was two screens and one, I don't know. Two projection screens. And child, you guys know what I'm saying. But the event planner said she don't know. Just, I don't know. And how are you in charge of setting up the space and probably getting in all of the equipment and all of that, and you just don't know? So I think that he needed to do that. It was so unorganized, if you ask me. They had people trying to sign up for the last minute. The place from where they left off in this scene just didn't look ready at all. Miss Stormy came in, and once again, she gonna show up people. So Stormy didn't have a booth. Stormy had about 7 or 8 spaces or 7 or 8 booths combined. Just overkill. Overkill. Yeah. So what else happened? The fake argument over the $100, child. Let me get Martell off the screen. I am going to go ahead. Geez, we had 35 minutes already. All right, I'm going to drop the link. Oh, let me do that. And I'm going to pin the link. Give me 1 second. And as I'm talking about this $100 that they tripping over, you guys feel free to click the link and join me on the panel. Marceau asked Tisha, hey, did Stormy pay? And Tisha was like, well, we didn't tell anybody that they had to pay. And he was like, well, this is the cost of business, or whatever he said. And he tried to get Tisha to go over there and tell Stormy she has to pay $100. Tisha refused. So he marched his square butt sitting up on his back behind over there to confront Stormy. And again, you guys let me know if you felt like it was authentic. It was not to me. When he first walked over there, Stormy even sort of cracked a smile, turned her head and was like giggling a little bit. So for me, it seems like they came up with this at the last minute to try to hype up some drama because it's $100. It's $100. Everybody got Cash App. Everybody got Zelle. And give him the $100 and he can go on about his business if it was real. But for them to, drag it out like they did, for Stormy to act like she was so upset, and this is low vibrational, and I'm high energy, and this and that, it just felt fake to me. Also, when she was in her confessional, that sort of felt fake to me too. For the sake of the show, they can tell each other, girl, say whatever you want to say. We all know this ain't real, but for the sake of the show, you can cuss me out, you can do this, you can do that. And those are the vibes that I got from that scene. So that was that episode in a nutshell. I got a video dropping tomorrow. It will be about Mr. Martell, just something that I picked up that I want to discuss in advance. And I'm going to keep it to myself for now, child. But yeah, we got some people backstage. Real quickly, 859 people watching. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Let me double check the likes real quickly. If you have not hit the like button, please hit the like. If you are in the chat, please hit the like button if you are in the bushes. And we have, okay, we got 644. I'm cool with that. All right, so let me put the banner up. I saved some pictures for some more overlays that I'll have to email myself. But let me let some folks up here. Succeeding.
Hi.
Hey, Succeeding, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for asking. Thanks for joining me. We have LaDawn.
Hey.
Hey, LaDawn.
Hey, LaDawn. How are you?
Girl, I was so tired. I've been falling asleep lately. I was been tired.
Look, LaDawn, did you fall asleep on Members Only Sunday, child?
Girl, I was knocked out.
She was.
She fell asleep in Members Only.
Thank God I'm not a snorer.
Okay, and LaDawn, I think that's about the second time. But look, to your
you keep it out.
Look, my memory, girl, so tight. Okay.
Yes.
That was the second time, LaDawn. But no, we were there for 5 hours, so I understand. Okay. But it was great. I hope you were able to hear Angela's story, weren't you?
Yes. Oh, I went back. Oh, it's beautiful.
Okay. Yes. So beautiful. But thank you for joining me, LaDawn.
Mhm.
Willis ain't talking about much.
Hey,
Hey, Willis.
How
Now,
are you?
Willis,
how
this your
y'all doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Who is that, Cecile?
This
sis.
is
It
Hey,
is.
how are you, ma'am?
doing great now that I'm with great company like you all in the chat.
Now, Willis, is this your first time on the panel?
It sure is, hon.
Do it.
This
I
is
know.
my very first time. I'm always in the background, but I love your channel.
And you know I love you and all the comments. And look, that's how tight I am. I know who clicked the panel, who didn't. So thank you
Yes.
so much for joining me. I keep telling everybody in the chat, come on up and click the link. You know,
I
it's
know, right? You
yes,
know, I tried the other day. I kept on going in and doing it and doing it, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna sit back in the bushes like I normally do and listen because I just enjoy it either way.
yeah. Well, I'm glad you were able to get it worked out today. I really am. Thank you again for joining me. We got a couple more people backstage. Give me 1 second. Aunt Debbie.
Hey, ladies, how
Hey,
y'all doing?
yeah, how you
Hey, Aunt Debbie.
How
Hey.
are you? How you doing, Aunt Debbie?
I'm fine, and you? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I can't complain. I'm a little tired. It was the first day back at work, and woo, it was a mess. Do you hear me? But yeah, I'm back in the swing of things. Thanks for joining me, Aunt Debbie. We have Ms. RR. Miss RR.
Hi, hello. How's everybody this evening?
Good.
Hello,
doing?
hello.
Great. How are you?
Good, thank you.
That's good. Now, this is your first time as well, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but I'm always listening to you. I love your channel. I love the way you
Oh,
present everything. I'm always cracking up, so I'm just happy
oh,
to be here today.
thank you for that. Now, you guys,
Uh-huh.
when I tell you guys I'm cheesing, I swear my cheeks are up where I can see them from my eyeballs. That's how much I'm cheesing. Thank
Chit
you.
chat. I stay laughing. That you every time I listen to you, I'm laughing. You so real and down to earth. You can. I love you. I love it and love it. I tune into every one of your broadcasts.
I
I really do.
appreciate
And you
it.
know what? It was because of you I started my own channel.
Oh, so
It
you
sure
got
Uh-huh.
a
was.
channel. All
Yes,
right.
yes. It was because of you.
Oh,
Yep.
thank you. Well, hey, we gotta follow you. So you
Yes.
guys that are in the chat or in the bushes, make sure to follow. Willis ain't talking about much, and I'm gonna make sure I just put it back my little notes to follow or subscribe, not follow to subscribe.
Oh,
Welcome.
thank you, hon.
Yeah, welcome to YouTube and being a content creator. I'm gonna go check you out. All right, guys, I got a couple more people backstage. Kiki with Chrissy.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. How y'all doing?
Good.
I'm
How are
good.
you?
How are you,
All right, you.
I'm well.
Kiki? I'm gonna ask you too. First time?
No, it's not. It's been a while, but it isn't my first time.
Okay. And I'm looking at your picture with the blondish color hair. Okay. I think I do remember you joining us. All right. Well, thank you for joining me today. We got It's Chrissy time. Hey, it's Chrissy time.
Hey, what's going on,
Hey, how are you?
ladies? Ready to act up, okay?
Yeah, we
And
ready.
Debbie in the building, so we about to have us a good old time, okay?
We ready. We ready. Okay, and the last person backstage is a Queen's Tea with Gigi Non. Hey, Queen's Tea.
Hey,
Hello.
teacher.
Hey,
Hey.
you.
Good. How's everybody doing?
Good, good,
Good.
good. Thanks for joining me. All right,
Look,
we're
I've
gonna
been
get
trying to
started,
get
but
up,
it's
but you normally full. I'm gonna tell you. I was like, you know what? I'll stay in the bushes, and then I end up, I've been going through stuff, so I end up falling off, but I'm glad to be here tonight.
I'm glad to have you, and I hope whatever you were going through is over and done. You know, life been lifing. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly. That's exactly what it's been.
Yes. But thank you for joining me at Queen's Tea. Now, to those that are listening, those that are in the chat. A Queen's Tea with Gigi Nine is a content creator. Is Chrissy Time is a content creator. Kiki with Chrissy, are you a content creator?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Kiki with Chrissy. And Willis ain't talking about much. Is also a
I like how
content.
you say that too.
I don't know why I say it like that. I be thinking of I'm aging myself, a different strokes. What you talking about, Will?
Yes, that's where it comes from right there. What you talking about, Willie?
All right, all right. Okay, guys. So yeah, we gonna get started. Again, thank you all that are watching. And we will start at the top with succeeding. Succeeding, you were in members only, I believe, right?
Yes.
Okay. But give us your thoughts publicly on the episode. What were your thoughts on basically everything? Kimmy, Kiowa, Stormy, and Maurice, all that good stuff.
Okay. So I agree with you. I thought that was a fake scene made for TV. Because like you said, Stormy had 7+ booths. So he would have been asking her for a lot more than $100.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that whole high energy, we know Stormy is a laxative, or if any of y'all ever took any of that dieter's tea,
Yes.
she's more of that type of energy.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
And Courtney's mom, I love that scene. I thought that was very sincere. She seems like a really nice woman.
Yes.
But did you all catch the fact that she made it kind of clear, like, it's not my business, it's for you and her to decide?
As far as what?
When he was talking about more children, she
Mhm.
made sure that she let him know, but it's not my place. It's not my business. This is for you. And it was kind of like she was saying, I'm not like your mother-in-law.
Oh, got you.
This is
Okay.
between you. She said, this is between you and Stormy for you all to decide.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I liked the way that she did that.
Yeah.
And she was real. She talked about not having enough money, but it all worked out. And she was giving him encouragement. She
Yeah.
went to his deep emotion of some of the things that he felt. So it's like
Yeah.
some of the things that she had been watching, from the sidelines.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I agree.
Because we don't see emotion from him.
No, not at all. Okay. Normally, Courtney looked like he just got finished smoking him a blunt or something, child.
Right.
And, so it was very touching. It really was.
Yes. And if he hadn't done black tea like that, I would have liked him for a second.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Great point there.
And then, you were right about Tisha. She had on that little pilgrim outfit when she came on the scene with that top all buttoned up. That dress, it was all buttoned up. Now she ready to do a blue jean commercial.
Baby, look, we got to give her a props, succeed.
But she looked good.
Yeah, she was wearing them jeans.
She looked good. She was twirling and turning. And Timmy looked very uncomfortable with that whole thing. Did you notice that, y'all?
I kind of did. Yeah, Kimmy, I don't know what's going on with Kimmy, but everybody else was laughing and joking about it, and she wasn't stone faced, but almost.
Yeah, she was kind of looking like, okay, we will be discussing this when we get home, because what is going on here? And I got on my Inspector Gadget coat, and no one's saying anything about me.
Yeah, that green. The coat was green. Yeah, that green coat and her little rain boots, child.
Yes.
That's why I said I wanted to look out the window in the event space to see if it was raining.
Okay. Yes, but Tisha looked good though. But we could see now she spent some good money, and we could see why they running like a thief in the night. Why they don't have no place to live.
Oh yeah, she probably spent a couple thousand.
Yeah, she done put it down now.
Yeah, but she did look nice, compared to.
Yeah, she did.
Right, compared to a lot of other people that's out here, that looks like an ant. So, her well proportioned and all.
Yes. And Martell, his face looked like who did it, and don't blankety 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 ever do it again.
A mess. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with Martell. You guys know that midlife crises for men can hit before 50. And I'm sure that that may be an issue for him. And then the drama, everything that he's going through was really done by his own hands, if you ask me, even
Right.
when it comes to him even messing around with coleslaw, and then that baby, and then the marriage ending because he couldn't stop with the I don't even want to call it a relationship. Everything is just catching up to him.
It is. It definitely is. And I think, yeah, that demonic spirit is showing on that face.
Yep. Yep, I agree.
And it amazes me that Kimmy is expecting Kiowa to protect her more than she expects her own husband to.
Maurice, absolutely.
So true.
Absolutely. I totally agree. Because she definitely has not had that energy with Maurice since the little rumor started. Maurice was
Right.
even chuckling a little bit when they all were in Vegas.
Oh
So
yeah.
you know that this bothers your wife, and it's been bothering her for years, then it's up to you. But as far as her meeting with Kiowa, period, no, we're not going to sit here and talk about that. That was
Right.
my answer to her. You know,
Right. And like you said, they've been married for some time. She
yeah,
knows the man was married. Turn the page, move on,
that's it.
and get on with your life.
Exactly.
And,
Exactly.
and
Yeah.
Stormy pulling up at the local coffee shop at the corner, using everybody's money, in my opinion, like she was
Okay.
Michelle Obama, Michelle the real Obama,
Mm-hmm. That's why
at
them
the little
orders late.
coffee shop.
Yeah, that's why them orders late. You renting Rolls Royces and drivers and all that. It's like, come on now.
Yeah,
Wasn't
that
even
was
that deep at a
ridiculous.
smoothie shop.
Yes, that was just ridiculous.
It was. It was.
Just unnecessary, and it just
Yeah.
shows how she tries to compete.
Yep. I agree. That's what it looked like to me. That's what the people are saying as well. You know. Yeah, let me pull on up. I know Mel gonna be in that G Wagon. Stormy has a
Right.
G Wagon. But
Right.
it's not a competition. They sell those cars, multiple cars for a reason. But that was too extra for me, child.
Oh
But
yeah,
hold
she
on,
had to do
hold on.
something more.
Yeah, but hold on to your thoughts, Exceeding. We're gonna come back to you. Let's get LaDawn's thoughts on it. LaDawn, your thoughts on the episode.
Well, I'm glad Mel did meet up with Stormy though, like I said the other day,
Mm,
because she made Stormy look stupid. See, Stormy thought she was gonna, check Mel about something, but Mel kept it, right on target. You set me up. You knew your mother didn't like me before you even got on this show, and you was acting like everything was everything. I was in the house with your mother. You never gave me the inkling that your mother didn't like me before. So she was being phony when Mel did meet her. Because if Stormy said she didn't like you before the show because of her watching the show, when she did meet Mel and Mel was in her house and they had that conversation about the baby, so called, being spoiled, you didn't like her before that. So Stormy, you was using Mel to get on the show and your mother couldn't hold it back any longer. Now, Courtney, I like the scene with his mother. I like that, that's the only male mother that we seen on the show that was telling their son something good and positive, to be good to his wife, to, you know what I mean, and communicate. Like, I really like that. But I agree with somebody in the chat. I kind of think that it's something else deeper going on than having a baby. Um, I think, in my opinion, it might be Stormy's ugly Betty is a problem, because Stormy did say that ugly Betty didn't like her man neither. She does not want nobody around Stormy. She's not gonna have healthy relationships. You know what I mean? And even though, he looked like he stay high, a person could take but so much. You know what I mean? And that can be a factor. I feel like ugly Betty's a factor in their marriage. I think she really causes problems between them. And I also think that Kimmy is trying to take the focus off of her being really unhappy in her marriage because for some reason, I don't think if this show got started that he would have married her. I think he married her because of the show. And I also think that he didn't marry her because he said XYZ, his little list. And she said, no, 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 I can do that. I can do that. No, I want that because she's so desperate. Now that he married her, it's like, well, you already knew, so deal with it. And I think he really punishes Kimmy when he's humiliating her like that. It's something that he resents her for, that he's torturing her. And I don't feel sorry for Kimmy anymore. She's a willing participant as far as I'm concerned. She's way too old and seasoned and been through some situations to know at the end of the day, you compromise, but you don't lose yourself for nobody. And I'm just really, I feel bamboozled. I thought she was stronger than that. I really did. As far as Letitia and that Jean thing, yeah, she looked good and all that, but I'm not going with the surface stuff. She's still dumb. She's still a wolf in sheep's clothing with a black heart. She's still all those things. She's another one in competition with Mel and other people because her man wasn't looking at her. Now, what I'm shocked at is the way Hotel was like. It was like sickening to me for him to be looking at her like that.
No respect. No respect.
It was like perverted. Like, you freak. You know what I mean? Especially when you got all upset when your mother-in-law called Marceau to talk to y'all when you and Mel got into it and he met up with Mel to talk to Mel. You got upset. You know? My phone, come back to me.
Okay, I was gonna say you got a lot going on now, Ladon. What's going on in your background? Okay, she had to go on hold. Um, Great points though, especially with the Betty aspect when it comes to Courtney possibly not wanting any more kids. That could very well be a reason. Look, he already got to worry about one son, and that's his grandmother. But I think just like who was that just said it? Basham? No, Sugar Mama. Just like Sugar Mama just said, she thinks that there could be some trouble. It just seems like he's standing on that so strongly. I get that he almost lost Stormy during the birth of their son. That was a tough pregnancy, but he's not even willing to bend when it comes to surrogacy and all of that. So even though his mom brought up his dad and all of that, I just don't see how that ties into, because if you do have a good marriage, if it's not rocky, if you guys are raising your son now with no issues, no problems, I don't see how his childhood comes into play with that. Does that make sense to you guys? Like it's just not it's not matching up to me. Now, if he and Stormy is having problems and they're possibly could lead to divorce, then I could see him not wanting more children. So, but great points, LaDon. We are going to go over to, give me 1 second, let me see who. Okay. Yes, Miss RR, you are having connection issues. I don't know if you want to try again. It is saying device not connected. Then, you know, so I see your back chat and something's going on your end. Let me see. Now it seems like it's okay. I'll add you again and we'll see if you'll be able to maintain. But let's go on over to Kiki with Chrissy. Kiki, what was your thoughts on the episode?
Okay, well, I'm gonna start off with Kimmy. Now, I'm gonna take into consideration her situation with her health, so I'm not gonna go in on Kimmy too hard.
Okay.
But Kimmy has definitely changed from season one to today,
Oh my
and
God.
she is not who and what I thought she was. So, and I don't respect that at all. She bamboozled me, she tricked me, but as far as Kiowa and Maurice goes, of course, I don't feel, and no one should feel that Kimmy was the cause of their divorce, but I definitely feel like she interfered with them reconciling. And it probably wasn't just her alone, but
Mm-hmm.
she definitely had some interference in that, whether she was aware of it or not.
Mm-hmm.
And when we get to Stormy and Melody, um, I don't think that Stormy took too well with what Melody said, because I think that Stormy was banking on Melody being her storyline for this season. Like
Mm-hmm.
her having a problem with Mel this season. And since Mel isn't playing into it, it's
Yep.
just really nothing for her to do. So now all she can do is just say, well,
Get it.
she's
Right.
passive aggressive. She's this, she's that,
Yeah.
because there's nothing else pretty much for her to say. And as far as the Black Expo goes, when Maurice kept saying that he only wanted to be a part of it if everybody was a part of it, and I think everybody was Melody, and it shows why he didn't want to participate, because it was completely unprofessional and unorganized.
Yes, it
Mhm.
was.
And it was
Mhm.
nothing like anything that Mel has planned, because her stuff is always together.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is in line, everything flows well. And I think that's why he kept saying, like, if everybody doesn't do it, I don't want to do it. And it makes a lot of sense. And the last thing I wanted to touch on was this $100, honey.
What
Now,
you think about that now?
I think the $100, it's an issue because this has been taped, right? This is old. So the
Mm,
fact that they're bringing up an issue now, I think that Stormy is bringing this up for one, because she really don't have a storyline unless she wants to talk about the fact that Courtney doesn't want to have another child, and maybe she don't want to get too into that, because it may come bring up some things that's going on with their marriage that she don't want out. Or I really think that that's becoming a topic for them to avoid talking about what's going on with Martell and about that tape. I think
mm,
that's a way for them to keep people from talking about that within the group.
you think so?
Yeah, because nobody else is talking about it. Carlos isn't talking about it, so they have to find something else to discuss.
Yeah, could be. Could be. I doubt if we ever hear it on the show. That's why I hope that as far as um, people on social media, I hope everybody continues to talk about it. But yeah, if they can let that die down, that'd be perfect for Carlos, Martell. You know, yeah, that's why I'm still trying to figure out. Hopefully, something is going on the back end as far as some type of charges, because Coleslaw still putting up little stuff in her stories. And look, they would have been
She
uh
don't learn. She does not get it. I'm not sure what it's gonna take, because I was wondering, like, girl, you have 4 or 5 sisters, your mama, like, you don't talk to nobody.
mm,
Nobody has no sense to tell you just to stop.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. No, she's obsessed. She's obsessed with thinking people are obsessed with her, if that makes sense. So she's gonna do little things just to keep it going. I saw her stories yesterday. I think it was yesterday or Sunday, and I just kept it moving, because it was the same old, same old, same old, same old. But great points. We'll have to wait and see as far as the revenge piece. Like I said, I don't think that we'll see anything. I totally agree with you when it comes to Mel and Stormy. Mel peep game. Mel know that Stormy and her mama want to use her as a story,
Mm-hmm.
and like
Yeah,
she
that's what they've all been doing to stop, so they won't have to focus on what's going on in their lives.
in their
No,
lives. That's
yeah,
it. That's all.
it's got old and it's played out. Like,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. Yeah, she keep game, and I don't blame her. And as far as her doing that, we've gotten the real out of Maurice, especially because the things that he's discussing like is normal is crazy. What else did I write down with you? Oh, as far as interference, yes, I definitely believe that there was interference. I do agree with you that it probably was more than just Kimmy. The man said he slept with 6 or 7 people in one night while dating Kimmy. I don't even understand how that, relationship started and then flourished into a marriage. I just don't get it.
He
But
might be on that little blue pill, because come on, 8 times different
yeah,
people.
But
or
when he said it, I thought he was saying it like it was like at one like an I'm not sure if I can say this ORGY, but I thought that's what he was saying. Like he had just one big thing. And the fact that Kimmy sat there and listened to this and just,
yep.
woman, this your husband. This is what he do. This is what he like. And you okay with this?
Right. You married him with that history of knowing that history. You know what I mean? I'm sure it's a lot of men that have some wild college days or whatever. That's extreme, that amount. But the man even said that he thought at one time he had HIV. Or I don't know if I'm supposed to say that on here. But yeah. So and she's
Thought he did. Mm-hmm.
still married. But great points, Kiki. We're gonna swing back over to you. Debbie, Aunt Debbie, please tell me you're welcome, all things Helen G. Aunt Debbie, please tell me your exact words that you said about the next and the ex, if you remember.
I told Maurice send Kimmy, which was the next,
Mm-hmm.
over to the ex,
Mm-hmm.
which was Kiowa. Now
Yeah.
Kiowa, see, Kimmy is used to being the vixen. Remember when she first started? She's wearing all those sexy clothes and all of that, and
Mm-hmm.
now she's sick. She don't feel as comfortable and she feel insecure about herself. And Maurice don't make her feel no better. So he sent her over there to his ex to find out if she's a side chick or not. Which that lady don't care if she is or not. That's 5 years ago.
Thank you.
Kimmy sick. She should be worried about something more important. But
Yes.
just like Kaya treated her, Kaya did her just right. Now, I'd have went back to Maurice if I was Kimmy, and I'd have told him, I'm your next, but if you keep telling me about your ex, you
That's
gonna be my ex, and I'm gonna be looking for the next. That's
that.
the way that's gonna go.
There you go. There you go, Debbie. Totally
Ain't
agree.
nobody playing with him. He think, and then look how he did that lady on the interview.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then
Embarrassing.
the people give him a chance to straighten it out and say, you should have said that, he's double down on it.
He sure did. He sure
But
did.
but that's her fault, cause when he told me he slept with 67 women, like I said, he had told me that after dinner. I told him I'd be right back. He never would have saw me again. We never would have got married.
Period. How does she proceed? How do you proceed with somebody telling you that? How?
She
And
had to be awfully desperate and thirsty. I just couldn't have done it. I'm
yeah,
telling you about me. I couldn't put up with that man. I'd be done laced his food. He wouldn't be eating at my table. He'd be scared too. When it come down to Stormy and Mel did Stormy just right.
didn't she?
Just right. She sure did. She played there to the T. You knew your mama didn't like me before you got on here. Now, Stormy trying to say Mel passive aggressive. Well, what are you? You weird. You sit up there, come to a road with a Rolls Royce to a coffee shop and this suit and heels like you going somewhere when you know you got all these lawsuits. You
Yeah.
could have took that money you got that car with and paid some of your bills. That's why her husband is all stressed out. Cause he know they got a lien on the house, they got another lawsuit and some more lawsuits from the interior decorator, and
Alleged.
they ain't got no money. That's
Alleged
why she had that man driving a shipment to them old products to New York. So
to
she
New
said,
York.
Ever, you know they ain't got no money. Money is tight. And
Mm-mm.
they about to lose a whole lot of things. And this man is under stress
Yeah.
because Stormy is still trying to live beyond her means and knowing that they in dire strait and their business about to go under. That's enough to make that man sick. That's why I wanted to talk to his mama. No, he don't want no more babies with her. He don't want to be bothered with her mama, or their family.
Yep. Seem like something going on. For real.
That man, you could tell he not for that. He kind of low key, laid back, and
Yeah.
all this drama, and then Stormy got all these issues mentally, and her mama do too. That's enough to drive somebody crazy. I leave. I'm
Mm-hmm.
telling you. I see why these men running to Africa and everywhere. I be gone too.
Out of there. Hey, you tell me about
I'm telling you now, I pack my suitcase. I'll be gone. Now, as far as that the expo, as Tisha called it, expo.
Expo.
Now she in trouble. They got a bunch of lawsuits. They ain't got no money, but you go get a BBL.
Mm, right. They
You
got a
you
lot.
look nice. I'm gonna tell you, she looked nice.
Yeah.
But to me, these people don't know how to manage money. It's
Mm,
all about looking good in images, and they don't care nothing about their bills. And then they portray themselves as millionaires when you can see their bones.
come on now. That house. You're not gonna remodel that house if you're a multi-millionaire and you done made $17 million. Come on now. Come on.
And then you go buy some on a hill that you can't even you blow up, and you still don't have nothing on it. That's a waste of money. They don't know what they're doing. And she steady get this the third or fourth BBL. How many you gonna get? Damn.
Ah, ooh, Debbie. Is it 3 or 4, child?
Yeah, cause she had two in the beginning, then she had another one. Now she got this one. That's four.
Child, it's sticking out there now. It's sticking out there. And I'm strictly, but it's.
But if she don't eat, if she don't exercise and keep it up, it's gonna be just like the other one.
Yeah. A lot of them gonna drop anyway. By the time they hit 60, 65, them butts gonna be down to their ankles. All these people that's run out, just exercise. Just exercise.
Her butt gonna be lopsided next season. Watch her see that butt be out of shape. I'm telling you now. And then she said she doing an expo. They ain't had no contracts. They ain't had nothing organized. You just pick a spot, and here come what his name? Oh, my soul. And let me talk about Martell first with this nasty perverted tail. Look, and then went with Saray to get some fillers or Botox. What they put in his face? Cement. He looked just like a bed bug. And he running around all them women's beds. I don't know why they don't burn the mattress. He looked just like a damn bed bug to me. And then running around.
Yeah. Not a
Yes, he
bed
do. He like a bed bug with his. And then sitting there, don't look at Marceau's wife. I guess he paying him back for looking at mail. And he gonna act like a pervert. He running around looking at the woman's booties and all that old kind of stuff. And that's supposed to be your friend. Now that tell you right there, that man ain't neither one of them, ain't none of them men worth, they ain't worth, I'm telling you, they ain't worth nothing now.
Ain't worth time. I said that, Debbie, because, with most men, it wouldn't be a joke.
No.
Showed a lack of respect, honestly. But it also told me that this is how they get down when the wives not around. They looking at the women like that. Or you know what I mean? Martell just couldn't help it. And he could have helped it, but he's so used to the normal that it was normal. Yeah, that was bogus. It really was.
That man, he just a nasty pervert. And then Courtney, his mama nice. Don't get me wrong. I'm tired. I don't want to see no mamas till I see Miss Van. I'm tired of looking at these mamas. He went over there to talk to his mama. But to me, what he was talking about, he should have been talking about something more important and told his mama what was really going on his mind instead of, sitting there picking up all this trivial stuff, superficial stuff that you can't do nothing about. Somebody want to keep his family tight. Well, your family is loose. It's all out there. Look at your mama-in-law. Your mama-in-law don't even want you around your wife. Now that's got to be heavy on that man. Cause that bed is too much to deal with. And Stormy too, if you ask me. Now the expo, they need to throw that in the garbage because there wasn't no expo. And what they saying they doing for the community, I ain't seen them do nothing. And Marceau, Mr. Millionaire himself, running around asking folks for $100. He need to sit down some damn well. I don't know what, you know what? Him and Tisha both, they slow. They don't know nothing about business. I see why they in debt and got all these lawsuits. They don't know what the hell they doing about nothing. They just doing. trying to
That's
make themselves look big and they got this and they ain't got nothing. Everybody can see they don't have nothing. You done moved from a house to an apartment. What you supposed to been building a big house on bedrock. Bedrock, that's all it is rock. Now you say, well, I'm going to straighten this house up and you move over there and I move over here. In that house, you might have renovated, but the rooms on the top is little. It didn't look like it wasn't worth the money.
nothing. Nothing.
Now, if you got some money, you a millionaire, you would have fixed that house and used it for Airbnb as an investment. But you would have bought a nice house, room enough for your children to be around. On that second floor, when they turn around, they're gonna be bumping into each other. And then your room right there. How you supposed to have some privacy with your wife and your room's that close? And ain't no closet space.
Yeah.
And one bathroom, but you a millionaire.
Child. No.
Them folks need to stop because they need to set their tail down with them lies. And Carlos, he need to get that show together because ain't nobody on there no millionaire probably but Mel. Mel got a big old pretty house. Her kids got room they can go sit in and move around. You can't move around in that crap Tisha got.
It is tight.
It's more than tight. How you gonna get in the bathroom and one of them can't even fit in the bathroom? How you gonna use that?
Debbie.
That's what I saw now. That's what I saw on this show.
Look.
I'm sick of all of them. I'm sick of all of them. With they trying to be something that they not. All of them trying to be something they not. Look at Stormy. She running around. She got a chauffeur. And you got 4 or 5 lawsuits. Your house got a lien on it, but I got a chauffeur.
Allegedly. Go ahead.
Allegedly. Her house been foreclosed. Got a lien on it, but I got a chauffeur.
Yeah. And
But you might not have no roof next month. You gonna live in that car with the chauffeur? I can't look at these folks because I be ready to talk about them. I be wanting to cuss them out. But I'm gonna be nice today. Now I'm gonna be nice because I don't want you to, I'm gonna be real nice. I want you to get in no trouble.
Was that nice, Debbie?
That was nice as I could be.
No, Debbie, look, facts, except for what we said allegedly to. All facts. You know I agree with you. You know I agree with you. The house, come on now. Like you say, I mean, I get it that the son may be going away to college soon, but that's still tight. And you know, the one bathroom with you guys got 3 kids, but you got $17 million. I don't get it. Debbie, let loose as always. Thank you, Aunt Debbie. We're gonna come back around. Let me get out of this screen. We do have another new member, Black Butterfly. Thank you so much for becoming a member of the Cutie crew. I appreciate you. And Mary Kelly, Mary Push, she went to the coffee shop in the Rolls Royce, and the repo man was sitting right down the street. For real. Like Debbie said, poor Courtney got to drive a shipment to New York. And I mean, girl, you could have hired, that's who you should have hired, some type of shipping company, not a driver to take you to a smoothie shop. You know, it's like priorities. But great points, Debbie. We have 1,065 people watching. Thank you guys so much for joining me. If you have not hit the like button, please hit the like button for me. Let me put up an overlay. I have Just Being Honest. Just Being Honest, is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you?
I'm well, and yourself?
I'm good. You've joined me before?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay, let me write your name down so I try to remember all of my panel members.
Yes, ma'am.
This is what scared everybody off, guys, this overlay. So that scared Mill off, Courtney off, everybody off. Betty just evil. That's an evil face. You know, just love. Oh,
yeah.
my God. But okay, thank you, Aunt Debbie. Let me remove this overlay, and then next up we have a Queen's tea with. Is this the way? I think so. Okay, a Queen's tea with Gigi Nan. No, 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 no. Hold
Get from
on.
right there. Get from right there.
LaDon, please mute for me. Okay. After Debbie, we are going over to Willis. Ain't talking about much. And after after Willis ain't talking about much, then we're gonna go to a Queen's Tea with Gigi. What's your thoughts, Willis? What you talking about, Willis?
Okay, my thoughts is first
Hey,
off, this
Willis.
show is garbage at this point, in my opinion. Um, I wanted to talk about the expo or lack thereof because it really wasn't. It was unprepared. Tisha was all over the place, in my opinion. And I think the reason why Stormy had so much of her beauty supplies all over the place. She had that whole section, basically half the expo. Shh, that's my grandson. Y'all go in there with your mother. Go.
That's
I,
okay.
I'm sorry. Go in there. I think the reason it was so full of her stuff is because don't nobody want to participate with. Don't nobody want to partake in anything that Letitia and Marcel and them have going on. You know. So I think that was part of it too. And the $100 thing, I think that was just like she said, low vibrational. That was low vibrational.
Very.
Marcel ain't had nothing else to do, in my opinion. I do want to talk about Letitia and uh, Martell. Now, I thought that whole scene right there at the beginning part where they all were meeting up, I think that was so disrespectful, and that
Wasn't
was just. And I think Tisha, she ate it up. I'm talking about she could not hardly tell them anything else.
it?
She ate it up. I think she fed into that. And Mar- Marceau was right there. He didn't say nothing. That kind of, I mean, it took a while for him to catch on and say something. You know what I mean?
Joked about it as always.
Yeah, it's like I don't understand that, he just felt so comfortable doing it, and then in his, it creeped me out when I watched his confessional and the way he was talking about it. It was like it was so creepy to me.
Mm,
It was creepy the way he was, talking about Letitia. Now I had to give Tisha her props. Her surgeon did her some, did some good on it. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
I think she looked good. Now, as far as the scene with Mel and Stormy, that was pathetic.
What
That
you
was
think
so
about
pathetic.
what you think about the
Huh?
Rolls Royce and the driver?
I
The
think that was pathetic. I think
what?
the whole thing is Stormy. I am so sick of her trying to always compete, and she really be trying to compete with Mel, and
Mm-hmm.
she can't. She really can't. And then another thing, I love the fact how Mel asked her those very important questions on camera, and it looked like Stormy was shocked. Like your mother didn't like me from jump. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And she proved it. You know what I mean? And why would I want to be your friend and your mother didn't like me, period? No, you can't control your mother. You know what I mean? But I think the reason um, her mother didn't like her as much is because of Stormy. Stormy had ulterior motives from jump, in my opinion.
Mm.
I think she had ulterior motives to try to get close to Mel to
Mm.
get on the show. I don't think Stormy is friends with nobody. Stormy's gonna be another Destiny, in my opinion.
Mm. She
you
already
know,
is.
huh?
I said she already is as far as her talking about this friendship with Mel and why she don't hear from her. That was one of the main complaints from Destiny, if you guys, think
Sure
back.
was.
So yeah. But go ahead. I'm
Sure
sorry.
was. It sure was one
Mhm.
of her main complaints, and I don't understand why they would think Mel would want to have any business dealings with any of them. And Martell, he tried to make it like she should put everything that he's dragging her through, him, his concubine, and all the court proceedings and all that. He should just put all that to the side, and she should put all that to the side and come and help them make money.
Right.
Absolutely not.
Right.
Absolutely not. I wouldn't do it. And Mel did the right thing. And I think she bowed out gracefully. She wasn't mean about it. She wished him well and she threw the deuces to him.
Yeah,
Bye.
that's it. That's all. That's exactly what she did. And can you blame her?
Not at all.
I love Mel when she's, well, she's transparent anyway, but she really let Tisha know the truth. Look, 2, 3 months ago, we were at the reunion, and Tisha know what she said to Mel at that reunion. So how could you even expect me to want to
Hmm.
participate at this time, even if Mel was to say, look, I'm going to give everything a shot. It may take a while, but
Hmm.
especially not in a 2, 3 month time span. She had the whole cast against her because they were
Right.
on Martell's side. So,
Right.
to what you said about Martell, like I put in my video, he trying to act like, oh, it's for the community. Mel don't want to be in any community you in. Wherever you are, she don't want to be there. Okay. So yeah, Martell is just
They all know male name holds weight. That's why each and every last one of them want her there. Because it's gonna flop without her being there. They know if Mel sign up, to be a part of it, then the money that they looking to gain and the people that they are looking to help is gonna succeed. It's not gonna succeed without Mel, and they all know this. They
yep.
all know it. You know.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it shows already. Just think back
Mhm.
to all of the events that Mel had that we saw in earlier seasons, and then look at this. The
Right.
day
And
of,
another thing, I'm sorry. Another thing, I think that Letitia seemed like she kind of has humbled herself when it came to, Mel, because she didn't, when she was explaining it to him, she didn't come off as like she was trying to be messy and telling them this. I think she kind of like then she fell back and she know her position now when it comes to her and Mel friendship and where Mel coming from. You know what I mean? And I think she know that she definitely need Mel, so she better stay, where she need to be as far as their friendship go.
yeah, yeah, great point. Great point. We'll see. Unfortunately for me, as with a lot of reality shows, they end up being storylines. I think the first couple seasons you'll get the real. We've
Hmm.
gotten the real when it comes to Mel and Martell's story because they was going through some real life stuff and it played out. But even like Real Housewives of Atlanta and all of that, majority of the times they start making up storylines, making up beefs and all of that. That mess
Hmm.
that Stormy and Marceau got going on, that's not real. That's, I mean, it's just my opinion. It's not real. We're talking
Hmm.
$100 with two
Right.
millionaires. Come on now, two alleged multimillionaires. Um,
Right.
great points. We're gonna swing back around, and then, guys, once we get everyone's thoughts on this, we are gonna touch briefly on Kimmy, and then I will need a couple people to drop down because we have people that's trying to get up. But let's see here. Next, we had a Queen's Tea, and thank you again. That was Willis. Willis ain't talking about much, right? Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Mhm.
All right. Now I got your voice, so I know who you are from now on. But a Queen's Tea with Gigi, did you watch this past Saturday's episode?
So some. I watched bits because I've had to start tuning in and out because it's so draining.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, with a lot of what's been going on and what's not been addressed, I feel the seriousness of the allegations that's happened and all the things that we've seen play out
Yeah.
with it not being addressed and me feeling like that's more important than these fake storylines and the scamming that's going on.
Yeah.
I've tuned out a bit. But I've seen, I've seen enough. So a couple things. One, I just want to say Aunt Debbie was on fire.
Always.
Everything. Everything. I was like,
Always.
always. I was like, yes, yes. Everything I was thinking in Debbie was hidden. Stormy, you cannot even pay your customers a refund, but you could pull up in a Rolls Royce with a driver.
Make it
Make
make
this make sense.
for real.
The juice that you went to go get costs less than what you was paying that driver to even open the door for you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Stormy is definitely, you could tell she's always trying to one up. Because
Mm-hmm.
that was her whole conversation, even with Destiny. You don't make enough to do this, and you don't make enough to argue with me, and you don't make enough to even do anything right now because your business is failing
Mm-hmm.
and it's showing. And we all know that no one on that show can hold any weight to Mel because
Yeah.
I've not seen one person out of everyone on that show. Mel is the only one I have not seen that has not had a lawsuit, any bad business
Mm-hmm.
dealings, anything.
Yep.
Everyone else does.
Right, because we see Mel's business in real time. You know,
Right.
so naturally she may showcase parts of it on the show and all of that, but we see it in real time. So I agree. Go ahead, Gigi.
And she promotes. What who promotes the Scots? Y'all will come up with a scam and say y'all are doing something, give us a quick little video, go live for a little minute, say that you are doing something just to try to fund in some money for a new BBL. We know what you're doing. This
Mm,
time right now, the fundraising, y'all are about to listen. I'm telling you right now, the next fundraiser is going to be for matching BBLs for her and Marcel. Because
and
Marcel is his time to get taken in.
Marcel's is already big, child.
I know, but he need to get taken in. He got to get his mommy makeover. It's his turn, honey, because them hips and thighs is they discriminating right now.
Mm-mm.
But
Yeah.
and did y'all see how at the Expo meetup how Mel was still the topic of conversation
All the time.
when it came to what they were talking about?
Uh-huh.
Okay, y'all talked about nothing but Mel, but yet Marceau, you didn't bring up that $100 to Stormy.
Sure
Why
did.
didn't you say nothing to her then? Why
Yep.
wait until after she's almost set up? It's the day of the event or event as
Man.
the event. You will wait till the day of when everything's going. That's when you want to bring up $100. Y'all are millionaires. $100 should be nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And if you already have people set up, good business practices, when you gave everybody the portfolio of how they was going to set up, where they was going to set up their booths and everything, that should have already been in that.
That's right. That's
There
right.
should have been, there should be no reason why you're coming to anyone the day of asking them about their booth rent or if they paid, because it should have been done. And if not, there should have been no setup.
Yeah. Yep.
So that right there, there's a lot of fakeness going on there. You could tell that there's a lot of fake storylines. There's a lot of um, fake arguments and beef going on.
Mm-hmm.
The words he's using, just like the him calling her low vibration, like she says that she was calling you that. You just you're trying to flip that on her. Like
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
Um, Martell. Ooh, Martell.
Yuck.
Why was Martell looking like melted wax?
Not melted bags.
Like his
Mess.
just face looking like a cricket. Like he was just looking bad.
Looked
You can
her.
tell he is stressed. That is stress, and it's coming. You can see it in his Ariana stressing him out. He's getting drugged through. This is
Mm-hmm.
what happens. This is
Yep.
what happens when you do wrong. And then you want to throw religion in it too. You're not only getting whipped by, these women, but you're getting whipped by God.
Life. It's
Like, it's tearing him up. Look, the bags underneath the eyes, Botox. If that's Botox, you need to maybe go where Tisha go. Maybe y'all need to talk about some things.
it's a mess. The picture there, where his head is tilted down, it's a lot going on. It is a lot going on. So I don't even see that only being, because if you guys look, that would be his left side. you know, it's swollen on top of a knot.
No,
You know
he
what
looks like he had surgery done. Like he had the
Mm.
same work that Sheree had done. Like you see the fillers, it looks like he got fillers in his eyes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just
It
interrupted you.
might. No, it's okay. Because, I mean, something's going on. We know something is going on behind the scenes. Something
You
is
need some
definitely
fluid
going
in
on.
there.
Right. The house is being sold that he's renting. He had to, and I'm not sure if he was able to pay yet the 28,000 for the child custody case that he started. So if you're gonna start something, at least make sure you got the money to pay it. The alleged uh, 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 stuff that went on with him and Coleslaw that we feel like went on, altercation, you know, the different women, all of that stuff will start showing, and it's showing. It's
It's definitely showing.
yes. Ugh.
And it's so crazy because with all this, with Coleslaw, or, when he did the interview with Queen Sheba, he defended her. Oh, people make mistakes. Because,
Mhm.
I'm going to tell you, that was a good interview.
It was
She
a
was doing her thing. I was like, ooh, ask them questions. Yes. And
excellent.
he was trying to deflect, but he defended Ariane in ways that he never ever defended Mel. Still
Mhm.
to this day won't defend Mel. But
Yeah.
yet, even now, what can you say? This girl is admitting and openly, not once, not twice, but multiple times has said that yes, you have told her to do these things.
Yeah. Sure did.
So where's the defense now?
Right. Mm-hmm.
But I just, and I know you said we're going to talk about Kimmy, but one, Maurice, I'm sorry. You calling Kiowa every time Kimmy has a problem and Kimmy jumping and going to talk to Kiowa as if that is what she's supposed to do? Kiowa, or Kim, look, I see. I'm calling Kimmy Kiowa now because you might as well say Maurice is married to both of them. You might as well.
Right.
Because there's no way. Aunt Debbie, you said it the best way possible. And if you can repeat that, I'm telling you, I will make a shirt, make a sign, that needs to be a slogan. Because Kimmy, I'm telling you,
Real.
Kimmy, I don't know what in the world is going on in Kimmy's mind. But every time it comes to especially the whole her being a side chick, honey, you was there. You was around in the time when he was married. You was around and knew when he was having orgies, and I feel like you was a part of that setup too. Because the way how you was talking in the beginning about how you knew how he liked to have, X a lot, and you was always doing different things, and you like to have different wigs, and you go to all this, the different links you were going. You were a part of the setup
Mm-hmm.
because
Yep.
there's no way for 7 years you were allowing all this to happen, and you
Yeah.
were just taking it. Especially from him. Now, I could understand if he was something, but from him,
Right. Right.
but he's something to her, I guess.
Yep. Yep. Like somebody said earlier, I believe it was, well, I can't remember, but she's changed. It's a noticeable change. And it's kind of sad. I was in Show Styles and Spirit, who's also in the chat if you guys aren't subscribed to her. But I commented on one of her posts today. I said, I feel bad for Kimmy, but I don't. And I said, does that make sense? I feel bad because
Hmm.
it's sad. Me, I'm sorry. I'm the type clank clank like Medea used to say.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. We're not doing all that just to please or no, because you will end up
Mm.
losing yourself, and they'll still be just doing whatever. So
Right.
it's sad to witness when it comes to Kimmy. So yeah, I feel bad, but I don't. And the reason why I don't is because instead of her coming out here and saying how she really feels, she's going to take up for him. She's going to try to clean up whatever mess he started. And yeah, I don't like that. I don't. I don't. But great points of
What?
Queen with Gigi. We do have to, let's get a couple more people. We're gonna move back over. All things, all things Helen G. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, I am in Fort Worth, Texas, out of
Well,
the big DFW.
well,
Thank you so much. And I look at your show every day.
oh, thank
Um, and I definitely see a lot of the commentators on here. So it's a privilege to be able to come and speak on your show. But
happy to have
thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. So I wrote a few things down because it's frustrating. It is so many things that's so wrong with the show that it will take your mind all over the place because there's something wrong with Kimmy and her relationship with Maurice. There's something wrong with Tisha and her relationship with Marcel, and then there's the issue with Martell and how he has created these issues between his wife and his ex-wife and his baby mama. Um, and at the end of the day, let me just start here. I think if he had just initially told the truth and been honest and say, hey, yeah, I made a mistake. If, and I apologize, and went to mail and apologized, did something like he doesn't have the greatest people behind him. And I don't even think it's that. I think it's Martell. He's one of these people, no matter what type of people you have behind you, he has his own mind and he thinks for himself, and his thinking for himself doesn't work on his behalf.
you.
In the past, he had Mel there to falter um, his his issues and how he communicates. She's no longer there for him to piggyback off of or to for her to take over the conversation. Keep in mind, if you remember when um, Carlos talked about Martell and how he met Martell and Melody, he always made the comment about Martell never spoke. He looked at Mel as if he
Oh,
admired her,
yeah.
right? Like she was his guide.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why he did that because he couldn't speak. He did not have the vocabulary. He did not have the charisma. He could not hold an audience like Mel. I have a sister that's just like that, like can speak in any audience even when she gets up to even pray, her prayers reach heaven. She could,
Mm,
open up her mouth and,
get it,
she's
get it.
automatically just captivates the audience.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to say this. So I wanted to get that out the way. But when I noticed, one of the things, there are two things that I noticed that happened in this episode. First of all, Tisha does not have business acumen whatsoever. There are two things that you notice here. First of all, when she had her business, when she started her hair business, when you start that, you know how to, you just, even if you don't know, you get the right people behind you that shows you how to do it and also creates the image that you needed to that product to have. Also, I know because I've created my own body butter line. So I knew what I had to do. I knew what I wanted in my products. I knew how I wanted it to be created. I knew how, like I did all my research to figure out how I wanted it to be advertised. You understand what I'm saying? So you just know, and you automatically know that you're going to put your ingredients on the bottle. You don't know who's going to be purchasing your products, and that's open for a lawsuit.
That's
You
right.
know that.
That's
You know what I'm saying? So you just don't put out a product and say, well, if you want it, just buy it and then you'll see what's on it. That means you don't know your product.
right. Mm-hmm.
That means you don't send out your product. That
Yeah.
means you don't know who your first customer is. You don't
Mm,
know who your first customer was. You don't even know your niche audience. Because if you understood your niche audience, most your niche audience is African Americans. African Americans don't play when it comes to their beauty products, and they automatically know. No, you need to tell me what's unique about your product. The
yep.
reason why I would spend this kind of money to buy your product when I already have a product that I like.
Mm-hmm.
So you
Mhm.
got to provide something to the your clientele or to your niche
And that's
audience
good stuff.
that will open up the doors for you to be able to get them to purchase your product.
Yeah.
So she
Yeah.
didn't know that. That's number one. Number two on Tisha is that if you have an expo where you are having vendors there, first of all, you have a contract that you give to your vendors. That contract tells them how much it costs. That contract also tells them the dimensions, what time they need to be there. It
Mm-hmm.
tells them the signage they can use. It has all that information in there.
Mm-hmm.
It gives them the floor plan, the signage, your prospectus, your advertising, how you're going to advertise your vendors. It tells them all of that in there so they can determine whether or not they can, number one, can afford to be a part of your event. If they want to be a part of your event, how is it going to help their business? All of that information is provided. There's no way in the world you're going to come to me on the day of, and in that contract, you don't have in there that I should be paying you. I'm going to know that when I walk through the door that I
That's
need to be paying you, and I'll be sending my money to you before you have a. Normally, when you host an event like that, you
it
have
is
in
for.
your yeah, in your prospectus or even in your contract, you have in there what time you need their money in, and it's normally the day of. You need to before you even start setting up. When you
Has
come
to be
to that
ready.
event, you need and you have an event planner that's collecting all that. So you ain't
Mm-hmm.
got to go to them and ask them nothing. Your event planner or the person that you have that's responsible for that would automatically know to do that and would
Yeah.
get the money from those vendors. So that's something you don't have to worry about.
Well, let me ask you.
Also,
Let me ask you
mhm,
something before you move on to what you were about to say. I know Pink Diva would know as well because she does have a business. Now, is it the norm for vendors to pay the day of, or does those fees need to be paid in advance?
it
Because
just depends. It
is it like a
depends.
first come, first serve? Whoever shows up and pay, then they can get booth number one or booth number seven or what,
So it just depends. If you're
okay,
wanting to be organized about it,
it's
if
before.
they know you, if you're well known and you've been hosting this event for years, then your vendors automatically know you have in your contract that they need to pay by this date, and this is how they pay. They don't come in and give you $100. Number one,
No.
Right.
they they provide you you have a like a setup where it be your LinkedIn, I mean not LinkedIn, but your Cash App, whatever means that they need to pay, they
Payment.
would already have made that payment and you know what vendors you have. That's number one. Number two, you
Exactly.
are automatically gonna know how many vendors the actual place can hold. You know your dimensions.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You know that, and you know what vendors you invited because you want to make your event um, so well known that everybody wants to come. You know what I'm saying? So those vendors are beating down the doors trying to get in there, and they're going to pay their money when it needs to be paid. You know,
Right.
and they know that you can only hold so many vendors. They're trying to get their stuff in before you take another one.
Yeah,
You
because you
know.
want a good spot too when you're a vendor going to these different events because they
Hmm.
have the table set up, so they have the
Yep.
assigned spots. So you want to
Mm-hmm.
make sure you're in a good spot where people can see you. So yeah, typically you're
Hmm.
paying in advance. There's
And
a
if,
contract you sign. You
Yep.
send your monies back even before the days, because I was doing these
Yep.
before the days of cash apps. You were sending your payment to them, and you had to have that signed. If you don't know the dimensions now, I can't say
Right.
that all of them because I've done them for work. They're not always so
Hmm.
organized where they give you all that information
mhm.
unless you're doing a corporate. But I've always had to call them to see if I have electricity. If I'm doing it for work and I'm bringing like
Yep.
our backdrop, I have
Mhm.
to see what dimensions and that type of thing if I'm bringing massage therapists and things like that. So you don't
Yep.
always have that information, but you can always call them. But
And ask.
they
Mhm.
didn't even think to ask any of those questions.
Absolutely. And so one of the other things is that you know all this because some people have um, they have electronics that they want to present presentations on, and they want to do where it's constant, it's continuous.
Right.
Mhm.
Um, and then also, thank you for saying that because that is absolutely correct. So I worked for a large church organization. I was the church administrator for them, and we hosted events all over the world.
Mhm.
And this is we had an event manager who handled all of that, but everyone had to participate in making sure that's done. But you don't necessarily have to have the dimensions, but the table setup is there. So we know how many people can actually fit into that venue. You have your table set up for those vendors, and normally we have a tag name on there to know for that vendor to know where they are going to be,
Mhm.
where their setup is, and you know what your space is like within that table, whatever that table is whatever space is there for that table, that's the space you normally have.
Mhm.
So that is absolutely correct. So,
Yeah.
but you would know that information. So there's no way in the world someone can come to you and say, why you didn't pay you $100?
Right.
Mm-mm. If
Right.
it ain't in my contract, no, no, sir.
Well, it wasn't
No.
no contracts. I'm
Right.
absolutely positive that they didn't have any contracts, which shows they didn't know what they were doing. You know what I mean? Because
Mm-hmm.
what if, if you're taking people at the last minute, you're taking payments at the last minute, what if 100 vendors, I mean, I know you can cut people off like they were trying to act like they had to do. I even think that was
Right.
made up. But what if, so that's why you do things in a proper fashion where
Mm-hmm.
you don't even have to worry about that. And then when you
Yep.
have people that's calling to inquire about a space, you can let them know we are completely booked. You know what I mean? So it was a mess to me. But I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Helen.
No, I was just saying that's how you know she doesn't have business acumen. And not even just that. The whole purpose of you being a leader or a owner of a company, even if you don't know how to do something, you hire the right people in that knows how to do it.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
like even as far as the venue is concerned, like we had set up automatically. You already knew before the day of the event how many monitors you were going to have. You did a run through to see if those monitors work and could you provide the speakers or whomever that is going to be there at the expo, um, whomever is going to be there to speak, you make sure that they are going to have the equipment and stuff ready for them to present. You just don't
Just
want it to be one of those events where it's not set up because that means that the next event, next time you do this, they're going to remember that and they may not want to participate. You want them to come back.
right, right. Yeah, it wasn't any proper planning. I didn't have anything where I presented, but when I first relocated to Vegas, I took on a little temporary job, really just to be nosy. So you guys know
Hmm.
they have the big conventions in
Yeah.
Vegas, and I was in the accounting part of that, but I was able to walk out on the floor, very organized, thousands and
Hmm.
thousands of people, and there's no way in the world something of that magnitude that they could just, accept people day of and like they were trying to do a charge people. What if nobody? And to me, again, it's a fake storyline because Tisha clearly
Yeah.
said we told everybody they didn't have to pay. So,
Hmm.
you know,
Tisha was
And
in over
and
her head.
yeah,
for
and
sure.
also that Mel, that Tisha wants to be like Mel. Stormy wants to be like Mel. First of all, Mel don't just talk about it, she lives it. It shows in everything that she does. She lives, speak, wear, talk it every day. She wake up with it on her mind. You get what I'm saying? So she lives her story
Yeah.
on
And,
and
and
off the show. You see it.
Mel have a team. Mel have a team of people that helps her, and
Right.
that's something
Mhm.
Tisha's lacking. She's trying to
Mhm.
do it by herself. She's way over her head. You know,
Mhm.
she can't walk and chew bubble gum, in my opinion. That's just
At
me.
the same time. Mhm.
You know, that's just what
Absolutely.
I see as far as she is, because she's too busy trying to compete and step,
Mhm.
outside of doing things that she normally can't do
That's
by herself.
yeah,
And most
Mhm.
business minded people need help,
right.
and
Mhm.
For
she's not
sure.
even right, and she's not even trying to do it. She's trying to be that girl, like she got it all planned out and mapped out, and don't need no help when she actually needs all the help in the world.
Mhm.
Yep, I agree. I agree.
My
But
last point that I'm gonna make
mhm.
is that I looked at the show. So let me just start here. Stormy wants to be like Mel. Number one, she wants Mel to be her friend, but what she knows it. She just want Mel to tell her to her face. But Mel knows, baby, that you're friends with Coleslaw. She knows that. She knows that. Matter of fact, she knows that you went to an event. Remember, Mel made the statement that at New Year's event, Stormy was there at that event. Mel knows that with Martell. First of all, she don't want to have anything to do with Martell. Anyone that has anything to do with Martell, she doesn't want to be in that company. So you got to make a choice. Either you choose to be friends with me, or you choose to be friends with him. He's making you make a choice. So clearly, his your friendship with him is more important than your friendship with me. Unfortunately, that's the way it has to be. They are no longer together. They don't have the best relationship. It wasn't like Mel didn't want that. She wanted it. Matter of fact, if you remember, every time when they initially met to even talk about the divorce, she tried to be his friend.
She did.
But he was so angry and disruptive, and
Mm.
um, he was he was horrible. He was just a horrible individual. She didn't. After a while, she was like, you know what? I see that this is not going to go as planned, and I am going to have to separate myself from this man.
One second, Helen. Z Frenchie, can you mute, please?
Okay, I'm mute.
Thank you. Okay, Helen, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that she felt like she needed to separate herself from this man. For for Stormy to come to Mel and say, look, I need you to be transparent. I need you to tell me how you really feel. Stormy cannot ask Mel to do that because she doesn't do it. Because if she did, she would have been honest with Mel from the beginning and told her, look, I'm friends and I've met up with uh, um, Coleslaw. That's number one. Number two, I am, my mother doesn't like you. And I'm just going to be honest with you. She does not like you for whatever reason. Has nothing to do with me, but that doesn't have anything to do with how I feel. She would have made that known. And number three, if her mother came to Mel in the first of all, if you're my friend and my mother is coming to you off-putting, I'm gonna have a problem with that, and I'm gonna speak up because you're embarrassing me and you're putting me in a situation that now I gotta choose. You're not gonna be the one to make a choice. It's like a husband that don't want you to have be friends with someone or
Exactly.
to have a relationship with your family. No, you don't have. No, you can do that with your friends, but not with mine. You don't get that option.
Yeah.
And there's a level of respect. Number one, even when it comes to my mom and me, my mother's no longer here, and
Mm.
I love my mother to death, but my mother would never ever have come in between me and my friendships, or
Mm.
my husband, or my kids, or my mother wouldn't do that. If she has an opinion, she's gonna pull me to the side and give me her opinion. But
Right.
what she was a praying mother.
Yeah,
She
not
was a
be
praying
over.
mom.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So she knew that, okay, I may not be able to convince her, so I'm going to pray about it.
Yeah.
I'm going to allow God to fix that. I'm going to let her see
That's
where
one of
she's
those
making a
things where
mistake.
you have to pick your battles.
Hmm.
Yeah,
You
that's true.
know.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
true.
and yeah, and I do believe that, but I also believe that when you become an adult, like I remember growing up as a kid, you know how they would say you don't talk back to the grown-ups, you don't uh, you don't you stay in a kid's place. But I think what happens is even as adults or elders, that they don't grow with you. I remember when my kids were growing up, I understood that I needed to learn to parent in stages. So
Right.
what I did for my kids as a parent when they were 5 years old, I'm not going to treat them the same way when they're 10. I'm not going to treat them the same way when they're 15. I'm not going to treat them the same way that they were at 5 years old when they're 20, or
Right.
even at 15 years old when they're 20, because they are learning a level of responsibility that I have taught them. And in that process, I need to trust that what I have given them, I've given them the tools, and now they're able to proceed with their lives. There will be
That's how,
times always that I'm going to not always feel comfortable with something, but there's a way, even as a parent who have grown kids, that you come to your children and have a conversation.
right.
I'm not going to come to them the same way I did when they were 5 years old, 10 years old, 15 years old, because they're grown. And I want to have a relationship with them,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
So that's my say.
Excellent takes, though, Helen G. Speaking to what you just said at the end, I totally agree. It's proper parenting, is what you mentioned, because
Mm-hmm.
naturally you can't treat them at 10 like you did at 5 or 15 at 5, and so on. Proper
Mm-hmm.
parenting when it comes to Betty. We don't know her. I don't know her, so I can't look into her life and see what went on. But obviously, it's something. And
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, same
And not even just that, there's no way that, like, at some point in time you have to stick up for yourself even as an adult. And
as a,
you have to say, "Mom, I'm sorry, but no,
that's right.
that's not how
Yeah.
I looked at there's a YouTuber that I look at, and she doesn't have the best relationship with her mom right now. But
Hmm.
what she did when she came, she would put her mom on the YouTube channel with her. She would come in every once in a while and visit or whatever. But eventually she came to her audience and said, "Look, I don't have the best relationship with my mother. She does not um, understand her boundaries, so she will not be on my show.
Right.
Until we
Proper
can
way-
have a better understanding, I'm not going to bring her on. You may not like it, but you're going to have to respect my decision."
And that's the
And that's
proper way.
how.
That's the proper way to do things. That's exactly what
Hmm.
Stormy should have done when it comes to Betty. You already knew
Hmm.
your mom had a problem with Mel. So number one, she shouldn't have been at the tea party. Number two, she probably shouldn't be on the show at all. So, but Helen, hold your thoughts. We do have a couple more people. Excellent
Okay.
points that you made.
Hmm.
Thank you. Thank you for everything that you stated. Let me say right now we have 1,100, well, 1.2 people watching. Thank you guys so much for joining me. If you are in the bushes, please make sure to hit the like button. Thank you, Judy Irving, for becoming a member of the Cutie Crew. I hope to see you on Thursday for our members only live. And let me get back. I wanted to read a comment. Geez. Well, it was somebody in the comments. I'm sorry, I didn't write her name down, but she was saying, why do we not want the women on the show, something like to be business women or whatever? And I don't remember anybody saying that. I think we would want them all to be successful, but don't play in our face if it's come out that you got this going on, that going on, people not receiving their orders or whatever. Yeah, that's the whole nature of what this show was supposed to be about. Let me read Pink Diva's comment. You put at all vendor events I have participated in, you have, excuse me, and I'm trying to say it deep and voice just cut off. That's what I get for trying to be messy. You have to pay in advance in order to secure your space and have your business name on the marketing flyers. Period. Now, Pink Diva, I know where you stay, but you know in Chicago, they always have big expos at the McCormick Center. I've been to several. And yeah, if you plan properly, I think that those are the steps that definitely need to be done. Jackie put, no, you pay in advance, sometimes just for the badge that they get when they arrive at the event. The dimensions should have been provided for setup. Absolutely. Absolutely. You are welcome, Helen. I see you drop down. I also see your message in the back chat. Thank you so much. Thank you again, chat. You guys are cutting up. They had a whole lot of you all's comments now. Let me scroll up. So I could tell ya, Lady Leo, they got a couple of yours hidden. So I'm not sure what you're putting in there. I see a couple F bombs, even though you didn't spell it all the way, but YouTube does still pick up on certain words. So, but thank you, chat, for keeping it cute in the comment section. And let's go ahead and get back to the panel. We are at 2 hours, 5 minutes already. I'm telling y'all tonight, we cutting off at 3 hours. I ain't got 5 in me at all tonight. All right, it's Chrissy time. I got you right.
Yes.
Okay.
It's me.
So we're gonna go to Just Being Honest. After Just Being Honest, we're going to go to Z Frenchie. And then we're gonna go back up top and we're gonna get started on another topic. Just Being Honest, cute picture. I saw you change it.
Thank you. Oh, my avatar was so bland, so I was like, let me put some. Are y'all having a good night?
We are. How about you?
I am. I'm having a really good night. I actually got to be on your panel. It's been a while, so I'm happy about it.
I'm happy as well. Thanks for joining me. What's your thoughts on the episode?
I agree with you all the way, and I'm happy people are seeing through it that there is just a fabricated storyline, and they think that we can't see through it.
Period.
I want to jump on the Letitia thing. Letitia looked bad, okay, and I mean it in a good way. She really is a nicely. She looks great. She really does. But I
The
did think to
BBL was
myself,
BBL, and yes.
Hold on, Willis.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
ma'am,
Go ahead, Willis. What you say to her?
No, I said the BBL was BBL, and
Oh,
it was very much. But it was nice in proportion. I'm not gonna lie, because usually it's the thigh problem a lot of girls have. They don't have the thighs to support the butt that they putting on that shelf.
look like
But I low key was like, man, because I always thinking about Carlos being on some petty stuff. I said, man, he been seeing Melody eat these pictures up, everybody loving all her stuff. So he's like, I gotta put that, that S appeal on her. So maybe if I put a little moment to shine on her, I was being petty, but I said, nonetheless, she looked good either way. I said, Stormy is weird. She's odd because I did not see that part because I skipped over the Kimmy situation because I was just like, I don't know why we talking about this. You've been with this man for how long? You was with him how long before you got married to him? You got married to him. Y'all, they've been separated. They've been divorced. Even if you were, if you weren't, I don't care. It's just like one of those situations where it's like it shouldn't even be a conversation. You need to be talking to your husband with how he treats you instead of talking to his ex-wife on how she should have treated you instead of putting him in place for not putting her in place for coming at you like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We're not about to do that. I'm sorry, like, girl, you're doing too much. But Stormy is very much like she's trying it. She's trying so hard, and I could see in her face just towards the end of the conversation with Melody, the disappointment. Baby girl felt played. She really thought she put something out there and it was a bait, a hook, and she thought it was gonna line and sink her. It didn't go the way she thought it was. It fell flat. If it was an orchestra, she would have been like, "Oh, I'm sorry, your note's flat. It's just you're gonna have to go to. It's not there." The sad part too is, can I just say this for a second, Miss Chit Chat QT?
Sure.
It just really presses me because, like I've said this before, if this was Andy Cohen, you saw how he drew out all the girls for just Drew Sidora having her divorce last minute.
Sure
You
did.
saw how he did that. You
Wow.
saw how when,
Point.
huh?
I said, great point. Go ahead.
Right? Or when the things happen with the girls at the Potomac, because I don't really watch that one, the Real Housewives of Potomac. When that happened, they all put, you know what I mean? Old boy talks about the mess that happens.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna make sure he gets every bit of what's going on in your life because you signed that dotted line, making a commitment that you was gonna be transparent with. And
Mm-hmm.
even if he didn't get the last crumb at the last minute, he gonna redo it just so he can get it, like he did with that divorce, like he did with Teresa when she went to, prison for her time. When every
Yep.
time someone had a drama, he wasn't shying away from it. If anything, that was going to be the epicenter of the storyline in the season that year, right?
Yep.
That's the difference between a master and a person who wants to be like them. Because
They,
if Carlos did what he was supposed to do and wasn't too busy trying to be a reality TV star and trying to be in the same spot as Andy, if he was really hungry like he say he was, he'd be lining them up and getting them ready to be cooked. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we putting these storylines out. I'm not playing with y'all. I'm not playing with y'all no more. Y'all coming and you're playing with my check. I just got this house. I like this nice lifestyle. Y'all
mm-hmm.
gonna have to come a little bit more because I want more. You understand me? That's the type of mess I would be on. I already got this for Melody being honest, and I know these people in the background got 10 times worse drama going in the background. Either you show me what's going on, or I'm gonna, can you sue somebody for breach of contract because they're not telling the truth? I don't know. I would threaten
But
them or
he
something.
told them, he's the one that told them they didn't have to talk about their truth.
I remember you saying that too. He sure did. And
Yeah.
even made a point to say something about them not talking about, Letitia and them, allegedly arranged marriage situation. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Um, what else? I said also the community service thing. Carlos think he's slick, but too bad a lot of us have intelligence. Like Melody said, we were critical thinkers.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering why, because I follow her like y'all do. Why are you not posting Melody doing the Thanksgiving drive? Why are you not posting her doing the Christmas drive? Why are you not posting her giving back to the community, giving out meals, doing all this? Because then if you have that being shown, right? And then you have somebody sitting at the table talking about this is a bigger picture than us. Other people that's got working brains are going to say, y'all got to catch up. She's been on the track running it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what you're talking about when it comes to community service.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you bringing it up when we've already seen early in the season she already been in the race? Y'all just tapping in because he watches what Melody does. In my opinion, this is my opinion and my opinion only. I believe he watches what she does. He gets inspired by it and he try to spin it off and make a storyline for them. Melody makes a story, makes a hairline for her children. All of a sudden, Letitia been in the kitchen since 2015 making up hair greases. You know what I mean? Like, and we ain't never heard of it, but all of a sudden now she got hair growth potions that's all of a sudden going to help you with your hair. Melody do community service. They've always been a group initiative, but never actively really did anything besides Kimmy with her drive for the girls and Letitia with her BS. They never really try to be on a consistent basis of that. Melody has been on a consistent basis of that.
Since
And
day
that's why all of a sudden it's a storyline for that. Like, stop.
since
Like,
since day one. Mill been on it since day one.
always she's just that chick. And I like the moment with Courtney and his mama
Mm-hmm.
because um Courtney and his mom was transparent. It was real. Like everybody else said, I really liked it. It tugged at my heartstrings because I really feel like, you know, him and he may not be a perfect person, but I don't think him and that girl are. I don't get it. I don't understand how that even happened because she's on a whole nother shady level. And he may seem like he just loves her and he follows her wherever she goes with the BS, even if it don't make no sense. Because it just, how does he think and move the certain way that he does? How is his mother the way she is? And then Stormy's over here with her mama acting crazy, doing the things that she's doing. And how does that work? How does that
Yeah.
dynamic happen? You have a peaceful situation over here,
Yep.
and you have these people that's just ready to be about it, even when there's nothing to be about. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Martell, chit chat. I did not.
notice that till you showed that picture because I had skipped. I really skip and scan. I only do like melody scenes and
Mhm,
something that seemed like it's interesting, and then I just come
mhm.
back and listen to y'all and y'all reviews. Like I listen to your review, I see because you break it down thoroughly. So I'm like, I might as well be watching it. Is either you know what I mean? She's doing a good job. I don't need to go to see the whole full episode, but he looks horrible. I
I'm
was
gonna
telling
bring it
my
up.
dude, I was like, chicken ain't the only two pieces that Popeyes is serving up because old boy looked like he got punched up in that
They,
face. You know what I mean? And he loves Popeyes in two pieces, so he probably
somebody
got
said
that look.
somebody said in the comments he looked like that episode of Martin when Martin got beat up that time and her.
Two
No, he
piece in a
do
biscuit.
though. He
But
do.
that's a good line though. Just being honest, yeah, he got look 2 piece something.
Two,
This is
right? God, he got it from coleslaw too. Never knew a side could give that, but it can. Um, a side came with the main combo. You know what I mean? Right? And I want to say, I know Melody watches y'all, watches your content and all that stuff, everything. You know, you've been on her live. I hope she hears this. I hope she does. Everybody will talk about she a teacher. She making that money. I hope she teaches some people how to move the way she does because how she handled Stormy in that conversation, how
amazing.
she handled Destiny in that conversation. Melody's not just handling that situation, but she's handling others. Because I caught on what she said. I just got out of a situation with somebody else and their mom, and I don't want to deal with that again. So she's letting us know, like, I'm dealing with Tisha, but I ain't really dealing with Tisha like that. And I
Mhm.
ain't going about to deal with you no more either. So I was just like, girl, you need to get past this. And that's about it, Miss Chit Chat. Is it okay if I stay behind for the Kimmy? If that's all right?
Absolutely. Look,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't even know if you saw my comment. I put
What?
just being honest came in dropping it hot. Okay, I'm trying to scroll up and find it, but baby, when I
Do I,
tell you, I agree with everything that you just said, especially when it comes to the dynamic of Courtney and his mom and
yes.
Stormy and her mom. And most times, because we know Stormy was raised like that, she's the only child. She's been dealing with her mama all her life. She even said in high school, her mama did the same thing with friends in high school and things like that. So most times, if you marry somebody where you get a level of peace, you're going to demand that in your home as well. And
Exactly.
if she's not careful, Courtney is going to run. If she's not careful, if she don't put a stop to her mama with all of
Yeah.
this BS, you could your marriage could be in jeopardy. But just being honest, I need to see you every week on this panel, okay? But
Y'all come in hot though. Like I have to be like,
no,
I feel like I'm in double dutch because y'all be hitting
right.
the points. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm joking, but no, you're always welcome. Everybody is always welcome. I must say that and these ladies are all throughout the sector, which I love as well. A lot of times, if you are a part of a YouTube community, and some people get a little jealous if you're going from chat to chat and content creator to content creator. So that's one thing that I do appreciate about this sector of YouTube. But yeah, I appreciate you. Before we get to the Kimmy and Maurice, because I got a special picture we're gonna put up. I did have Zephyr and Chi left to speak on this. I do have Good Bad Apple in the back. Give me 1 second. And I have Square Biz. Now, ladies, when you guys do speak on the episode, if you can possibly keep it about 5 to 7 minutes or so, because we are going to talk about this other topic. So I already know we're going to go over 3 hours. I said 3 hours, but it is what it is. So Zephyr and Chi, before I get to you, give me one quick second. Good Bad Apple, is this you? Good Bad
Yeah.
Apple.
Yes. Hey y'all. How y'all doing? I'm sorry. I had a mouthful of
Hey.
pizza.
How you doing?
That's okay. That's okay.
Hey.
I'm
Hey,
good. I'm good. Hopefully y'all had a great day.
Yes, yes, yes. We've had a great live thus far,
Oh
but I hope
yes, I
everybody
can
had a
imagine. I'm late. I'm late, late, late.
really well. Thank you for joining me. Now we do have Square Biz as well. Square Biz, is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
All right, how you feeling, Square Biz? You feeling okay?
Oh, I'm feeling much better talking to you now.
All right, all right. You know I still got you, honey, on my little board. So you gotta keep it easy, keep it easy. Real quickly before we get to Z Frenchie, to the 1,348 people or so that is currently watching, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. I really
Way
do.
back.
To the chat, thank you guys as well. And let me see, there was one. Simply Stephanie. Oh, Simply Beautiful. The Love and Marriage Huntsville historian is in the house.
Marvin Davis.
But I wanted to read simply Stephanie's comment. She put, why was Stormy's husband distributing products? If they are a multi-million dollar company, wouldn't they have a distributor for their products? I would think. I think it was a storyline, child. Just my opinion. But all right, let me remove this banner again. Thank you all so much. Where am I? Where am I? Okay. And we are good to go. All right, Z Frenchie, it is 2:20 on the head. Your thoughts on the episode? Don't say that, Pink Diva. It's not going to be no 5 hours, child. I see you, sis. You and Thee. Cut it out. Z Frenchie, are you there? Z,
Okay,
Z Frenchie?
okay. At the end of the day,
I can't hear you, Z Frenchie.
okay, what you're gonna do is block them because every time they call you, you ain't gonna get the call. Just
Z
block them. It's
Frenchie?
over. And then ain't nothing they can do to you.
Z
Just block
Frenchie, are you talking to
them.
someone
So
else or are you
then,
talking?
while you over here worried about the fact that they keep calling you, they ain't gonna be able to get through no more because guess what? They
Z,
blocked. And
Z,
ain't nothing they
okay, child. Child, we're gonna move on. All right, good, bad apple. Your thoughts on the episode? Did you watch it?
I did. I did. I wish I wouldn't have
Oh
because
Lord, what's your thought?
yeah. Um I really, Tisha is bothering me. Tisha is bothering me. I really feel like she is doing too much with her wardrobe. Like, we don't need to see every curve of your BBL. We know
I thought it was banging, bad apple. Now you didn't,
now.
you
It
think it was
was nice. It was nice, but for once, like it's like every scene she has on something that looks like it's gonna be almost too little.
Oh, that is true. Yeah, she's been busting out of a lot of her clothes and
Every single scene, every scene. Let's like, okay, let's get some what is it? Some variety in your attire. This is what I want. This is what I would like her to do. I would really like her to hire a stylist. I mean, the outfit was cute, but I do feel that sometimes for certain there's a time and a place for everything.
mm-hmm.
Okay. There's a time and a place. If you saw Kimmy and Stormisha, they were just like a regular casual or whatever.
Right.
And just like at that groundbreaking or whatever it was that they had, the where they were all out at a construction site or whatever with those other people.
With Marceau, Maurice, Gino.
Yeah, like her attire just sometimes seems to me so inappropriate. And
Mm.
I just think she wants us, or she just always wants the men to notice her body every time she comes around.
Mm.
And it's on my nerves. She on my nerves.
You know what? Let me say to that real quickly, just so, because I know you have more. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of, let's say you were born and raised with a strict parent. And then when you finally get out and go to college and all that, you buck wild. I think Marceau was so strict on her and I know he's not the parent, but we know how Marcel is. I think that when she gacked the body and all of that, and got a taste of showing it off, now I do agree that it was overboard. Even though I loved the blue jean outfit, I didn't like the shoes, but I loved the blue jean outfit.
I like the shoes too. I just think she dressed like she was going to the club.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
you're in a professional setting. You're asking businesses to come and participate in an event, but you're not in a presentable professional attire. Even if it was a dress down, you can do business casual. You
that's true.
know, just dress appropriately for the event. I'm just the overkill is bothering me. I don't know. That's just me. But um I want to say about Martell's face. It looked like he had recently had some fillers done. That will wear off in, like, I think they tell you about 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
So he should probably have waited to get them fillers done when he wasn't going to be filming,
Filming.
because you can really tell that he had some kind of procedure done to his face.
For
Just
sure.
off, the coloring is off. Sometimes those fillers will leave your skin a little patchy
Mm,
because it's stretched in certain places.
yeah.
So it has to adjust, you
Mm,
know.
yeah.
So he should have waited a few days until, he knew that he wasn't going to have a scene to film, because that right there, he shouldn't have done. And I've noticed that, what's her name? Real Housewives. What's her name?
Sheree.
Sheree. She
Mm-hmm.
recently had some too. And
She
you can
did.
tell, I mean, they
Mhm.
look very similar.
It was very similar, sitting very high, very high.
Right. And her skin
Oh,
was patchy. It was light in some places and darker in some places. Her face looked a little bit swollen. So they have to give, like, why are you taking pictures? You got to give yourself a little time to recuperate from that.
for it to settle.
Yeah, for it to settle and
Mm-hmm.
for your face to begin looking normal.
Mm-hmm. Good point. Good point. Yeah.
But I just don't care about Stormy. I don't care about Stormy and Courtney's situation. I don't care about them at all. I don't have nothing to say about them at all. And really, that's all I really had to say, because I'm not interested in nobody else.
You ain't interested in nobody, child.
No.
But and I know you are. But um, yeah, let it settle. I don't. Martell is so ugly on the inside that the outside for me is just like ugh. But I really don't even think he needed it, if you ask me. I don't, just from looking at him, from his lives or previous scenes, unless he's been getting it and letting it settle. But I don't think he needed it, you know. So uh,
Well,
it
I'm
wasn't
gonna
a
say this: he had been looking a little rough,
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
so he might have felt like he needed that. But I feel like he could have just fixed that with a facial.
Yeah, definitely not Botox or fillers.
Yeah.
So I think maybe Sheree rubbed off on him, or Belinda. They do a lot in
Or
Atlanta.
he could just stop drinking so much of that Inez wine.
That's right. Like Hannah called him a alcoholaholic or whatever Hannah said.
Well,
Yeah.
I thought he don't drink.
Yeah, he said he don't really drink.
He
Melton
been
said he
drinking a whole lot. You could tell because when he was on Queen Sheba, he was drinking. No,
Yeah.
wait, what's the word? Wait, he was drinking.
He was
He
drinking.
Well, you could
was
tell he
struggling,
was a
lug,
little
lug, and he sure was. Queen Sheba had him nervous up there during that interview.
Hmm.
but you could just tell over the overall unprofessionalism of the Scots. They're not professional. They hosted an event that was so half done. Like, I've been to so many expos and conferences.
For
I've seen
sure.
them. I've seen how they're done. I've, participated in them. Um, and that was a joke.
It really was. It was. And
And
no
that's
sighting of
all.
Destiny this past episode, but we do know that she was there from their live videos. So
She was there, and Carson was there too.
okay,
Mm-hmm.
at the expo as well. Okay,
At the
okay,
Mhm.
pole. We'll just call it the pole.
The
right.
Poe. Yeah, because
It
they
was not an
Yeah,
Poe.
that's
expo. It
exactly
was a
what that
pole.
was. Because, see, in Indiana, we have a Indiana Black Expo, and that's what it's called. And it's actually the whole convention center, and it's huge.
Right.
And
Absolutely.
there's people that come from different places out of state just to come to the Indiana Black Expo. So that they had, that was disgraceful.
That
Don't
was the
ever.
pole.
Yeah, they have.
Exactly. That was the poll.
Yeah, they have them in every major city.
Yeah.
Right.
Um,
And what was that? That was not. And Tisha with that BBL, I feel like she keeps doing that because she's trying to get Marcel's attention because she knows he really doesn't want her and it's not working. She's steady trying to do things to attract his attention,
yeah.
but
Well,
he's wanting,
if you read
yeah.
Tanya B's comment that I have on the screen while you were saying that she wants her husband to come home. So yeah. But
It's so
Bad Apple, I'm
thirsty.
sorry. Yeah. Yeah, hey,
I'm done
like
though.
I said, I did like the outfit though, but the white shoes just didn't do it for me
Yeah,
with
not
that
a
outfit.
shoes.
Yeah, but great points, Bad Apple. We do have to go to Square Biz, and then we're gonna get to the last, which is Kimmy and Maurice's whole situation.
All
All
right,
right.
ladies, and I'm dropping down.
Thank you, Bad Apple. Hope to see you
Thank
Thursday, members
you.
only.
Bad apple
Will
being
do.
nice today.
That's why
Because
I
I just
call
didn't
her.
have much to say. It was so uninteresting.
Yeah.
This episode was boring.
She's nice anyway. That's why I call her
I
good.
am.
She is. She's so
I ain't thinking
sweet.
about that name, child. She can go ahead
She's
on with
sweeter
that.
than a cupcake.
Yes.
To some people though, I'm not, but that's okay.
I think
They'll
we
be all
all
right.
got better than us, honey. The let loose. But thank you, good bad
All
apple.
right. Thank you, Chit Chat.
You're welcome. Okay, Square Biz.
Yeah. The scene between Melody and Stormy. Did you guys notice that Mel came in first before Stormy? So although Stormy came to show off with her Rolls Royce, I don't think Melody even saw the Rolls Royce, unless if they probably left together. But she was
Uh-huh.
there before she came, so I found that very funny because if you came to show off and she didn't even see it, then what's the point? Anyway, and Martell has also lost a lot of weight, I think, and he looks older. And probably from all the stuff that he's going through, he's unhappy, and unhappiness can make you look older and miserable. The way he's looking, maybe I'm sure he's doing some Botox, but I think it also has to do with what he's going through, all the hardship.
Mm-hmm.
And Martell also is knows that Marcel, Tisha's husband doesn't care for her. So that is the reason why he's comfortable making all those stupid remarks in front of Marcel. Because when Marcel had a crush on Melody, he wasn't so blunt about it. It was just in the way he behaved. We knew that he had a crush over her, but he wasn't. I don't remember him saying stuff in front of Mattel like Mattel does in front of Marcel for Tisha. Do you guys get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So to me, I think it's a known fact that Marcel doesn't care for Tisha, and Mattel knows that. So that's why he's very comfortable making all those stupid remarks in front of his friend. And I heard from another CC that season 7 has been approved. Production says Melody is too difficult to work with, and they are trying to get her out. Has anyone heard that?
Say that again, Square Biz.
I heard that from, actually, I heard it from Sassy
Uh-huh.
803, that season 7 has been confirmed. Allegedly, she was just telling us what she's
Mm-hmm.
heard, and also production is saying that Melody is too difficult to work with, and they're trying to get her out of season 7.
Well, who put that out there? Where did they hear it?
Sassy 803 said it to
No,
me
no, I know that, but
yesterday.
I'm saying, did she say where she heard that
No,
from?
no,
She
no, she
didn't say
didn't.
the
She didn't.
site.
She just said she had it.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
and I
Okay.
haven't heard it from any other CC, so I was wondering
Mhm.
if it's really true or not. I
Yeah,
hope I don't know.
I haven't
I
heard.
have mixed feelings about season 7, so
They,
I don't want it to come up
they say
back.
it's
So
yet to be announced. When you like look it up.
Mm-hmm.
mm.
Okay.
Okay,
I'll look
so
it
they
up while
haven't
you're
confirmed
talking.
it.
Yeah, I'll look it up while we're talking, see if anything comes up. But go ahead,
Okay.
Scorbiz.
No, that's it. Do I speak too fast? I know I have an accent. So do I speak
No.
too fast? Okay, so I'm okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
you
sometimes after I
okay.
finish talking, I feel like maybe I spoke too fast.
No, no,
So
I heard you perfectly.
okay, okay.
Yeah. But before you go, let's see. Let's see if I can find anything. Love and Mirrors Huntsville, season 7, release date, cast, blah blah blah. This was just published. Hold on. Let me shit. Well, hold on. Let me do this. There we go. And let's see if we can find something in real time here. Let's see. Before I do that, I do have true. Two true. Is that you?
Hello, everyone. Yes, it is.
Okay. Hello. I saw you back there.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you for bringing me up. I wanted to chime in on the Kimmy part.
Okay, on the Kimmy part.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah. All
All
right.
right. Hold your thoughts. Give me 1 second. Let me see if we can read this real quickly. Where was I? Where was I? Was it this one? I think so. All right. Uh, no, I don't want that. Okay, so is it on the screen? There it is. So I just looked it up. This says Love and Mirror Huntsville, season 7 release date, cast, trailer, and more. This was updated June 28, 2023. And let's scroll down and see, blah, 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 with personality. I'm just looking for dates. That's Detroit. This offers, I'm just scanning. I don't see anything. And now fans of the show are excited to know if it will be making its comeback with Love and Mirror Huntsville season 7. Well, let's find out. Love and Mirror Huntsville season 7 renewal status is still pending, as Oprah Winfrey Network has not disclosed their decision regarding its renewal or cancellation. However, the positive statistics of the current sixth season, along with the consensus among critics and viewers, the overall score of Love and Mirror Huntsville on IMDb, as well as the television ratings and reception of Metacritic and Rotten Tomatoes, suggests that season 7 is likely to happen. So, no concrete date yet, but according to this website, is likely to happen. So yeah, we will see. Just from the way a couple people have been talking when it comes to management and things like that, and wanting people to watch the show. I think that they're looking to get another season, but we'll find out. We will find out. All right, so we're gonna go to Z Frenchie if she's ready, and then we're gonna get on up to the Kimmy and Maurice topic. Z Frenchie, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me, Cutie?
Yep, I can hear you. I think when I went to you the first time, I believe you were just talking to someone else. But what's your thoughts on the episode? Did you watch?
I watched the episode, and you know what? Kimmy over there going and letting Maurice set up a meeting between Kimmy and Kaiwa. I just didn't understand why, girl, is you let him set you up for a meeting with Kaiwa. And then when you get there, girl, Kimmy, and if I was Kaiwa, I would have cussed Kimmy out so bad. I would have cussed her out because Kimmy was over there talking about Kaiwa with us. I just want to know why you didn't make all the people understand that I wasn't a side chick. Girl, why you want Kaiwa to do whatever it is to do to make sure that everybody know that you know a side chick? But you got Maurice. Look, like I used to like him, but in the beginning I liked him, but as everything perpetuated and then we moved on, Maurice is more of a misogynist or like the same, and it's just too much for me. And Kimmy keep protecting Maurice. Why she keep protecting him even when they had did the thing and came with the other platform when it was Claudia and the other guy,
Funky
she
Dinito.
still she kept protecting him. I don't understand her. And like I had thought that she was a voice of reason in the beginning, but at the end of the day, Kimmy is looking more dumb or dumber than Tisha protecting Maurice.
Mm-hmm.
What do y'all think of that? Like, I don't think, like, I don't understand how Kimmy ended up where she at right now. Because at the beginning, that was the beginning when she was over there, when they was at the place. Then Maurice told her, oh, I'm just going to bring Kyra and her husband and we going to pay their mortgage because I need Monster to be, like, right next to me. That was like, man, Kimmy should have realized that in the beginning when Maurice said that he was gonna bring his ex-wife and her new husband. But guess what she did? She sat there and cried. And then when they got finished with all that, and all of them, they was in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And after she cried, she still like came up there and kicked it with Melody and Maurice and all the couples. She came up in there for breakfast and act like she never cried. Girl, you cried. You cried because you knew that this man had done that to you. And then when she gave him that free pass to do that, that's when she gave up her whole self. I swear to God. Kimmy is better than that. I don't know why. Maybe it's because she's just a pick me. I don't know. But I didn't understand why Kimmy, being the strong person that she was when she first started kicking it with him, like, why did she let him break her down like that and then, like, lose her whole self?
Yeah.
Mm. She
She
lost her
did. She
whole.
really did.
Yeah. It's sad to watch. It's sad. A lot of us have stated that we can see it. It's a big difference. It really is.
And it's so sad to be that
Yeah, it
with
is.
Kimmy coming on who she was in the beginning and then who she is now, she over here protecting him like, whew, okay, like I am not a young girl, but after everything transpired, I don't know why Kimmy is like letting him take her whole life and then she going
Yeah.
through what she's going through. It's just too much for me. I swear to God. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, great points though, Z Frenchie. Again, it's sad for especially when you're on a national platform, for people to be able to see the change And it is, like I just said a couple seconds ago, a very big difference in the Kimmy that was presented to us season one, season two. I do understand that she is going through what she's going through right now, or this past year, so this past season. But we saw the chipping away, chipping away, chipping away. At least I did. And yeah,
Mm-hmm.
great points. It is sad. Women need to start taking their power back and yeah, get your foot down.
Yeah,
But
I hope she.
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
No, no, go ahead.
No, I hope she take her power back because Kimmy was
Mm,
such a strong person in the beginning in season one, and then like we all looked at her as the voice of reason, especially when it came to like having her relationship with her husband. Like she
yeah,
used to check
yeah.
him. She used to check him, like check
Mm-hmm.
him. She
Yep.
used to, but now guess what she do? She over here trying to protect this. I ain't gonna say that word. Mm,
Mm-mm, don't say it, child. Don't
I
say
ain't
it.
gonna say it, child.
Can
But
I ask y'all
she
a
out here.
question?
Give me 1 second though,
Okay.
please, because we have to get to the top to get to this. But Z Frenchie, thank you so much. Now Z Frenchie, that was the last topic that we were talking about. SKR is trying to come up, so if you want to go ahead and finish, and then when you can, and there are other people. So when I swing to the top, after you give your thoughts on the Kimmy and Marie situation, if you can drop down, we're gonna try to get a couple more people up. They are complaining in the chat. SKR, I see you and I got ya. But go ahead,
Okay,
G, your final thoughts.
I'm gonna drop down, girl, so somebody else could come up. But thank y'all for letting
You
me
are welcome. Thank you, Z Frenchie.
express
Hope to see you.
myself.
Hope to see you Thursday, members only. Okay.
Yes, but let me ask you this right quick,
Uh huh.
Tisha. You said something about being in Chicago.
Yeah, I'll be there for. I gotta go to a funeral.
I'm
So
sorry to
yep,
hear
I'm
Um,
that.
in and out, in and out. I'll be there next
okay,
week.
but my condolences to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
But yeah, I'm gonna drop down and to let somebody else come up.
All right, Z
But
Frenchie.
thank
Thank you.
you. Thank y'all. Thank all y'all. I
Thank you
love
for
all
those
y'all.
comments.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Have a good night. Have a good night.
Yes,
Okay,
have a good
everybody
night,
have a good night.
Frenchie.
Bye
Good
bye.
night.
You
Good
You
night.
too.
as well. Square Biz, I'll read your comment that's in the back chat. Is it the cancer? That is why Kimmy appears to be losing herself. When you go through a sickness like that, it scares you. Her husband may not be as supportive as we think, and she is probably afraid and feeling insecure. I don't think none of us said he was supportive, child. Well, I don't
Mm-mm.
know. We know he's not supportive. He's shown us that he's not supportive. But yeah, great comment. Real quickly before we let's see here. Okay. Square Biz, I mean not Square Biz, SKR. Let me see how many I got. Oh,
QT, if I can just make a brief comment, I'll drop down so you can let some more people come up.
okay, let me remove the okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make a comment on the Kimmy and Maurice and Kyle situation. It's what I wanted to say was I feel like Kimmy is wanting validation. She wanted validation from the wrong person. I felt like Kawa in that moment. I think because of the things that Kimmy is going through with the cancer and all that, her expression, it looked like she wanted to read her, but she didn't. I think she held back and just told her that, if that's how you felt, because really, actually, she wanted her to, she wanted her to go and tell everyone, in the comment sections or whatever. I don't know how she expected her to defend her in that moment. I think Kawa did think that she played a part in the demise of their because they wasn't completely divorced. And I'm pretty sure that, what's Maurice had played a role too. But I just don't understand why Kimmy felt like she needed validation from Kyle. I think um, Maurice should be the one validating that, instead of laughing. And he haven't said nothing, to defend her as far as saying no, she wasn't. This is what was going on. He haven't did that yet, as far as I seen. I not let y'all seen it, and I haven't seen it. You know, so I just feel like that was just crazy at her big age to want another woman to if it's not talking about Maurice Jr. I don't feel like her and Kyle should even be having those kind of sit downs. That's just my opinion.
Can I just quickly say something?
One
Because
second,
if,
one second.
okay,
Who is that? Because we
it's
have to go.
Square Biz. Just
Okay,
1 minute and I'll get
okay,
up. I'm actually going to log off.
okay. Because I was gonna say, because yeah, if you want to go out of turn, once you're done, you would have to drop
Yeah,
down so get
I'm
some
gonna
more.
drop down
Right.
QT. I just
Okay,
wanted to say that.
great points though. Great.
Yeah,
Yes.
We'll see how
and
it pans out.
uh, another thing, QT, I did say a prayer for you the other night when you shared after you came from your vacation and shared with
Good.
us what you was going through in your personal life because you didn't have to do that. So I did
Um,
say a prayer for you, and I am gonna continue to pray for you.
look, I really appreciate that. I do. I think it's the least that I can do when I come out here and talk about other folks' business. I can share my own as well.
Mhm.
If Carlos wants the whole story, tell that man to drop me a contract. Y'all see
Yes.
that, right? Our females girl on the show. No, but just
I agree. I agree, hon. But
yeah,
it was nice being on the panel for the
thank
first
you.
time.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you so much for the prayers. It was like I said the other day, it's been in the works for me. So yeah,
Hmm.
even I may sound like it's just another day. I did all that, the
I
grieving,
get it.
the letting go,
I
all
get
of
it.
that. You know.
I get it. But you have a good one. I'll drop down, but I'll be in the bushes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you.
Uh
All
huh.
right, Fairbeats, you said you wanted to go next. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to say that Kaiwa did say in one of the episodes that Kemi interfered in her marriage. I remember that very well. I think it was season 2 or season 1. I can't remember what season, but she did admit to that on TV. I'm
Mhm.
surprised nobody has realized that, but she did say it. So I can understand why Kimmy wanted to ask her about it, although it really wasn't necessary. She's married to him, and she can just go ahead and move on. But that lady did say that Kimmy interfered in her marriage. She did.
She said
I
they
I know
weren't
I heard that.
divorced. Yep, she said it.
Yeah,
They
she
were
said it.
divorced.
I can't remember her exact words, but I know I heard her say that
Hmm.
Kimmy interfered in her marriage, and she said it live.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna drop off. You guys have a nice evening.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing
Okay.
You
that, Square
too.
Biz. Thank you for coming up as well.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good
You,
night.
you,
Bye.
you as well. All right, guys. So as you can see, we got Kimmy and Maurice at the top, and Derek Jackson, and I think her name was Danya, something like that. But the similarities of the two situations, down to the poses, okay? So we're gonna go back up to the top. Succeeding. Now I know we did speak about this in members only, but if you want to go ahead and share your thoughts on the interview with Foxhole with Mr.
Yeah.
Maurice and Kimmy.
So when I look at Kimmy and I guess I see something totally different because I've never seen strength with her. I've always seen her look defeated. I've seen him always manipulate her. She always walked away looking, crying, and talking like a baby and that baby talk. And made her wait all that time, and I don't think he married her until except for the show. And just think, they said in the interview she did not want to film. Maurice made her film. So he still continues to manipulate her. Everything that didn't want to do from the beginning, she's done. She didn't want to raise a child. She wanted to go on a honeymoon. His mother moved in within a couple of months of them getting married. She thought they were building a house. He wanted to move Kiowa and her husband there. And just everything has been consistent with him manipulating her and her just going along with the program. So I thought the interview was disgusting. I felt that she came for fans. She protected him. It looked to me like she was waiting for him to apologize. And she looked totally uncomfortable. She looked constipated the entire time. And they asked her, are you uncomfortable? And they could see it, that she was uncomfortable. But I think she was waiting for him to apologize, and he still continued not to protect her. And I think he's been consistent in that. He's been a jerk from the beginning because he sprung of those things on her from the beginning. He just did it in a different way. He just wasn't loud like Marceau. And there was a reason that she talked to him, hey, like that, in that tone of voice that she would use. There, I think those Scott men, they don't tolerate, because you see how when Tisha raises her voice, Marceau does the same thing, where he will do something where it kind of brings her down. And remember, when they were in the living room, Maurice gave her that sign when she did it, and she brought it down. But that interview was disgusting. It was just disgusting to me. I was really bothered by it. And but I've been consistent with my feeling about her. I think they've been consistent. And I think the only thing that she did with strength was raising her son. I think her son is disgusted by that whole behavior, because he mentioned the only time him seeing his mother cry was her being on the show. And I think that just put a magnifying glass on that relationship and on the manipulation.
She must have went and did the dogs. I could go next though.
Okay.
I agree with you 100%.
Sorry, LaDon. I'm just talking, child. I'm talking back to succeeding.
Uh,
Um, I was talking, but it was muted. But I was just saying real quickly, I think that's one of the reasons why we haven't seen Jalen as much this season. We haven't seen him at all, even on social media. If Jalen make a post or something, Kimmy will drop down and say something. Maurice may click like or whatever. But I think that, if we can see what's going on just from watching the show or these interviews, I believe that Jalen is really aware of what's going on behind the scenes. And it is, like Z Frenchie said, it's very sad. It really is. I agree with you. I think that this did start, or somebody in the comment section said that they believe that this started before her illness, that she was
Oh,
diagnosed.
definitely. I
And
think.
yeah, she gave away her power when she
Mhm.
accepted a man that would tell her that he was with 6, 7 women in one night. And when she competed, in my opinion, because she was an older woman and waited 7 years and all of that. So yeah, she gave away her power a long time ago.
But you know how you ever heard that saying, never love a man more than he loves you? You know how you see some people and if you remember when they were getting married, she said she loved him because they had fun. They were good together. And
Right.
she said
Yeah.
that he hears her. We have not heard him hear her yet. And she said, and he supported her. We have not seen him support her yet. He treats her like she's Cinderella.
Right.
And
Right.
she said all she thought about was being Mrs. Scott. So she was so focused on that she lied. She was probably trying to protect him when she lied. Because remember, she said, we were holy. She told Kaiwa in her face, we did not date until you all were, her exact words, holy. She used holy divorce.
Right. Yeah. 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 Um, a mess, a mess succeeding. It really, really is. And again, it's very sad, especially as a woman looking at a woman. So, When are you coming to Arizona, sis? Square Biz, not sure who you were talking to back. I was reading the back chat. But succeeding, thank you for that. Were you done with your final thoughts on that
Yeah,
situation?
the last thing I want to say is Kimmy, remember she said that she's a person that wants people to own their shit. She doesn't even own hers.
Mm-hmm.
If she just said what she felt, then I think it would be different. But to try to play in our face and to lie, to outright lie and act like we didn't hear what she said to her friend and turn that around and manipulate that like we are the ones that's crazy, that's to me is very disgusting.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yep, I agree.
And I am going to drop down so that someone else could come up. I think she's been jealous of Kaiwa though. From the beginning, she's jealous of the way that Maurice treats her. Maurice respects her and
Mm,
in a different way. And she's jealous of that. And that's why she keeps coming for her. And they need to pay Kaiwa for giving them the storyline she's given them for 3 or 4 seasons.
for real. That's what somebody else just said. Somebody in the comments earlier stated that Kiowa, I guess, is in. Okay, they rattling chains. Kiowa, I guess, is an author. Has a lot
Yes.
going on with her life and all of that.
Yes.
So yeah, they could showcase that. Look, she should be tired of talking about this ex-husband and this new wife that obviously don't have a solid foundation. Because why am I still the topic of the conversation? Here's
Yeah. And she had that look on her face. Kaiwa was being nice, probably because of what Kimmy is going through. She gave her a little grace. She caught her on, how we have a good day where you catch us on that day, but you catch us on that other day. Kaiwa would have got her straight, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Because that's what, you guys know. I'll just say B. Kai was looking at her like, B, please. That's how
Right.
she's looking at her. Like, what? You want me
Yeah.
to do what? And
And
for the sake
Egypt
of them taping, she just went ahead and say, okay, well,
on with it.
you wasn't a side chick, but girl, bye. She was a side chick. But
And
great,
she
great
said
point.
she never said it, actually. She said
Yeah,
she never said,
she
she
didn't
said
say
other things, but she never said those exact
those
words.
words. Yeah,
And Egypt really came for her. And Egypt actually, to me, in my opinion, owes Kaiwa an apology because
for
of the way
sure.
she acted on that sofa with them. And I like Egypt.
Yeah, for sure. I remember that reunion for
And
sure.
I am going to go in the bushes and drop down so that someone else could come up.
All
And
right. Well, thank you so much, Succeeding. Now we are at the 3 hour mark.
thank you
So
so much.
I'm going to give you guys, thank you, Succeeding. I appreciate you.
I
Let's see.
appreciate you having me. And bye, ladies. You all have a good evening and
You
safe
as
travel. And you're
well.
in my prayers. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You have a great evening as well.
Okay. Bye bye.
All right. Okay, so we have, and we are a closed panel at this point. We're over 3 hours, so we're going to allow everyone else on the panel to speak on this situation. And we're going to start with you, LaDon. Now, LaDon, I am going to be stepping away to let the dogs out. They rattling their chains. I'm a one-woman show. But what are your thoughts, LaDon? And I'll still be able to hear you. What are your thoughts on that interview and Kimmy and Maurice's dynamic?
Yeah, I think it is. I think Kimmy is desperate. She's really showing that she's desperate, and I feel just like succeeding when she was like that Kiowa basically don't care about that mess. Kaya would have moved on in her life, and Kimmy is just threatened and feels like she don't get the same respect that Kaya would get, But she sold herself short from the beginning. She set that tone. She act like she had that energy. She knows she's older than him. She knew she wasn't gonna be able to hang, and because she was so desperate to be, a part of and settle down that she made those agreements with him, and it's sad, but he's torturing her. But at the same time, Kimmy's weak because she's using Maurice Jr. as an excuse instead of saying what her real issues with him is. And that's the way he's lazy and he's a man boy. He don't want to pick up his own drawers off the floor.
She can't do that, Ladon. She can't say it like that. You think she
I
can?
She ain't gonna say it like that, but those are her real complaints though. That's overwhelming. Having to pick up after somebody 24/7 all the time, even if you ain't sick. You got this grown man, you gotta pick up his drawers. All that gets tiring.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
know, so and you start resenting them and she already got, rest in B face. You know what I'm saying? Look at her face.
She's
You know?
miserable. She's miserable.
Miserable. And this is a great picture. You matched it up correctly. She gave up her career, she gave up her livelihood, and the best thing Jalen can do is he went to college. He is a frat, is to travel and make his own memories and live his own life. And that's what he's doing, in my opinion.
That is what he's doing.
you
Mm-hmm.
know but I definitely think that she's gonna get scraped up a little more. She definitely gonna get scraped up a little more because this is only the beginning. He feels like you did something to me, you humiliated me when on camera you said you was faking it. He's taking that personal. He's making it seem like she said, "You're no good in bed. You're not getting me off." When it's her sickness, just like when women go through menopause, it don't got nothing to do with the man. Some get dry, some stay wet. You know what I mean? Excuse me, but he took it personal. Just like I had to find out um live TV that she was faking it. She found out about my interview about my how I felt. It's like this his comparisons. He's just an idiot. And I'm surprised his sisters, his mama, even his daddy. His daddy came on the show. I'm sure they watched the show. That nobody's saying y'all look like knuckleheads, unless they're all like that too.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Good points. I'm confused, Ladon, because they, to me, laugh so much where they told different stories of their childhood. You know what I mean? Remember Marceau when the dad came up to Black, and I'm sorry, let me take a swallow. I'm still working on this throat. When the dad came up to Black, he made it appear that the father was there and it was a family unit and all of that. Then we hear Marceau was sleeping on couches at 13 at other family members' homes. Maurice said in this past episode that Marceau had 3 jobs, he had 2, and so
Hmm.
I don't know what to believe, but I do know somewhere in the raising of these guys, because all of the brothers, especially, seem to be just alike. All of them.
Yeah.
The Cuckoo, Basement Billy, Marceau, Maurice. The other one, I'm not too sure. He's a little, yeah, he up there with him too. Micah, I think his name is.
Hmm.
So it's like, what happened in that household? What happened? What
Right.
happened? How did
Right.
you raise every man, even if one of them, let's say, turned out to be a jerk? How did they all basically turn out to be that way? That's scary.
Hmm.
So I think
Hmm.
it's in the genes, and I think that's how the dad was, if you ask me. But go ahead, LaDon. Not sure if you were finished. Couple more minutes for you before we move over to a Queen's Tea with Gigi.
And I agree about what Good Bad Apple said about Tisha dressing, like this all of a sudden, tight and fitted and squeezed in. I think she is trying to keep up with she think her husband like so he don't wander, you know. And one more thing about Kimmy making excuses for um Marceau. I mean Maurice. When she said that he when she kept saying she that basically she was the one that said, "Oh, 2 weeks went by and all that." I was thinking to myself, do you hear yourself? you're acting like them now. Like she's trying to use certain words to mind F us. Yeah, they have a right to be angry. They have a right, but, you know, she really just didn't seem like she took it the way we took it.
Mm-hmm.
She really didn't seem like she looked at like a third party. Like, I see where they're coming from, but that's not how I feel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think she was real careless with um with her sickness and her journey. With telling her journey, she was real reckless. And it just wasn't right.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree with you. I agree. Excellent, excellent points, LaDon. As this season, I believe somebody said when was the break? I believe we may only have one or two more episodes left before they break until September. But we'll see how things turn out. It's Carlos. What is you doing? That's all I gotta say. Um, I don't even want to say when it comes to the Scots, especially Maurice. I can't say. Oh, I did have a question for you, Ladon, before you go. I can't say this is reality TV curse when it comes to what we see with Kimmy and Maurice. I think this is, how he came into the relationship with. And like I said, I believe that Kimmy was fighting for that number one spot. And now she got it, and it ain't looking like what she thought that it would. So, LaDon, what I wanted to ask you, because I'm sure you'll know, I know Simply Beautiful was in the chat, but I don't know if she's still there. Kimmy put him on the house before they got married, correct?
Yes, because that was his condition.
Okay, allegedly.
That was allegedly, in my opinion, that was one of his conditions. I will not marry and move in this house if my name ain't on it.
Mm. Allegedly, but yeah, I'm with you on that.
Allegedly, in my opinion, and that was the biggest thing.
The, the
It's just, oh, child,
it's a no because you got a whole son,
you got
and
a son,
right. So if you're not gonna marry this man and you all get another home together,
another one.
or
Bump
if you
that
get
mess.
now, Ladon, you know you can't cuss now.
I
I,
said, bump that mess.
oh, girl, I thought you said F that mess. Okay, let me
No.
put it on my ear. I'm like Ladon. Okay,
Mm-mm.
thank you. I know you know. But yeah, if she
Mhm.
couldn't move into, if he couldn't put her name on the deed of his, I just don't get that. So that
He
really
was a
was,
bum. He was
yeah.
a bum. He was one of those dudes that always got a dream but don't got that never pans out.
Mm-hmm.
He was one of those types that could sell you and tell you and until you're blue in the face, but it never pans out, and she bought all into it.
About it, and it was pimping. That's what it was.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I said early on that Marceau especially, but now I see it's Maurice's is a little more behind the scenes, but slicksters. And when you're a city girl like myself, born and raised in the city, a city slickster. And with them being born, even if it was the outskirts of Detroit, it was still that big city. And I know Kimmy was from Baltimore, whatever, but yeah, I think they ran game from the beginning, especially Maurice ran big game.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
okay, I got somebody backstage. We got a
Okay.
Mel, Desi, Dez. Hey, Desi, Dez. I haven't seen you before. Do you want to stay on camera? Oh, hold on. Hold on, guys. Desi back here looking all swole with a wife beater on child. Hold on. All right, Desi, I know you want to stay on camera because you want the ladies to see them shoulders, huh?
Well, not into ladies.
Oh, okay. Got you. All right, well,
But I'm new here. I just had to show my face because I know how y'all do. You like, show your face before you come up here. So I'm like, let me show my
it's
face.
cool. I really don't even require it. So I have my finger on the trigger. If somebody act out, they out of here. But what's going on, Des? Are you a fan of Love and Marriage Unsolved?
Well, actually, I am.
You
Um,
are? Okay.
so I I don't know whose live I was watching, but I was watching somebody, and they mentioned. No, I think I was watching Love and what's the one with Candy on it? Love and
Real Housewives.
excuse me, Real Housewives. I don't know how I forgot. I just had a brain fart, but I was watching that, and when they started talking about Sheree and Martell, I wanted to figure out who the hell he was. So
Mm-hmm.
I went and I watched all the seasons and caught up all the way
Did
up to the drama.
you?
Yeah, I
Did
kind
you?
of been. Yeah, at work, I'm just typing, so I'm listening and watching, and I just sat there and I just, binge watched it for like 2 weeks.
Wow. So
Yeah.
what's your thoughts now? But with this show, the real show is on social media. So have you been watching that as well? You've been able to get caught up on the real?
I've been here in and out a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little bit behind because I'm not catching everyone's live when they're talking about it real time, but I do hear about it like a day behind or something like that. But I'm a little confused sometimes, but I'm still listening. I'm catching up. I listen to you a lot and
Oh, thank you.
Brown Eyes. I believe her name is Pretty
Pretty
Brown Eyes.
nice. Okay.
PBD. Yeah, she's one
Mm,
of my favorites. So,
nice.
so I've been just tapping in. I was like, let me come in and introduce myself one day to these people.
Well, I appreciate it. Now, did you say that you had a channel as well, or you're just a subscriber?
So I want to make a channel, haven't yet. I'm a subscriber.
Okay.
So
Well, go ahead and get it started.
I'm working on some things, you know what I'm saying? Basically trying to work on talking to people about my own experience from a
Gotcha.
gay black man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're
Good.
hearing a lot of crazy shit out there, and people just have the wrong idea about you. You know what I'm saying? They don't know what you've been through and nothing. So I
Yeah.
just figured I'd just, start telling my story to help somebody else.
I think that
Yeah.
would be great. I think that would be great. Now, if you do, make sure to let me know because I'm one of the content creators, and a lot of them do. But I shout them out because I feel like, hey, they could look at me, they could look at who is not gonna, stop anything basically,
Right.
because people are gonna look at who they're gonna look at. But yeah, it's a shame. I just heard of a situation recently. And then we know what happens to a lot of the trans community and all of that. So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
would be a subscriber. So I think you need to go ahead and get it going so we can learn
I
as well.
appreciate that.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me go ahead and say one thing though. I
Mhm.
honestly didn't know Kimmy's husband was being
Mm,
selfish, I would say. I
yeah.
honestly thought he was innocently saying like he's proud of his wife for making a sacrifice to give her body to him, even though, you know, she wasn't in the mood. That's what I took it as. But after
Mm.
listening to everyone, I'm just like, wow, that's
Did you
deeper
see
than I
both?
thought.
Did you see both interviews? The interview he gave with Carlos King and Foxhole?
I did not. I saw part of the Carlos King one. That
Okay.
one.
Go and watch the Fox Soul one. If it's not too late
Foxhole.
tonight, watch it tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the one, because he had an opportunity to retract. He had an opportunity to really apologize, because not only did you hurt your wife's feelings, but a lot of people were appalled. And it was
Yeah.
a missed opportunity to me. And I think the reason why is because it's him. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
just in him to be that way. So yeah. So make sure you watch it and then drop down in the comments and let me know. I'm curious,
Mm-hmm.
especially to hear other men,
Right.
regardless of your preference, opinions
Mm-hmm.
on things.
Yeah, I actually initially started like watching the show like, this might be interesting because just watching a group of black people that's
Yeah.
successful in their own right. You know what I'm saying? I just thought that would have been an interesting dynamic. But as I watched the show, I was just like, wow, what?
Yeah.
And then like the way that the men talk to the women in this show is really heartbreaking. Martell, I think it. Wait, who is Is it? I think it is Martell. Is it Mel's ex-husband?
Uh-huh.
Martell. Okay. He reminds me of my brother.
Really?
and it drove me insane. I just wanted to slap him. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, dude, what is you doing? Like, you have you if you can't control nothing, you can control yourself and your
Absolutely.
own actions. And me, I'm just sitting here watching this like this is recorded. So it's never gonna go away. You know what I'm saying? So now your kids are gonna be able to see how you're acting.
Yep.
And then one last thing kind of pissed me off when he kind of like what did he say? He didn't like the kids over Mel's brother house.
Mm-hmm. He sure did.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life because I am a gay black man, but you know what I'm saying? I had no problems babysitting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Anybody's kid.
Yeah.
And I used to babysit a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because people trust me.
Yeah.
Never have I had that problem.
And
But
you
as
know,
I got older, I did back away from certain people that I wasn't really close to like
mm-hmm.
that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because I didn't want any of those type of rumors to swirl around me because I know how people are. So I'm just like, okay, no. So now just to limit it to my immediate family kids. You know, my cousin is my best friend, so her kids and I, you know what I'm saying? And then my best friend, she's like my sister. I watched her kids, and that was it. And nobody else because I knew if anything, these two women would never accuse me of some shit I never would do. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. But that's
And
sad though.
that feeds a horrible stereotype, and I just really didn't
Yes.
like it. So
That's sad. And that would be my suggestion to you, an excellent first video, especially with the dynamic of, what you just said, because you shouldn't have to stop. You shouldn't have to shy away from that. There are
yeah,
women that's done things to kids as well. You know what I
yeah,
mean? So just because it's a man, I don't feel like, that should really be that big of a deal if you know it's somebody that you can trust and all of that. So it's
right,
sad to hear that you shied away from that just on these stigmas or what people, but I get it,
yeah,
because you want to protect yourself as well. But
pretty
it's sad.
much.
So that would be an excellent, write that down,
I
excellent
am.
video suggestion. I'll just go ahead and put it on out here. I mentioned earlier that I had a video about Martell coming, and honestly, that's what it's about because the clip for the next episode, he's actually now trying to get the support of the man that he didn't want watching their kids. So, you know what I mean? But yeah, I'm sad to hear that, but I'm glad that you are contemplating, and I do hope that you take the step to go ahead and make your channel, because if more people know, and you guys come out and just talk your honest and true stories, then you're educating people as well. So
Right.
I'll be a subscriber. I really, really would.
Well, I
So
appreciate you. I appreciate everybody for listening.
you are welcome. Thank you, Desi.
Thank
Des.
you. That's
All
my
right.
Instagram. That's what that is.
Oh, that's your Instagram. Okay.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
I'll be out here. I'll be out here. I'll see y'all. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Yay, we had a man on the panel. Thank you, Desi. All right, guys. Next up, and yeah, thank you again, Desi. I love when we can get a male perspective. So that was great. Sad but great. The part that he said at the end. We're still holding strong. 1,092 people watching. Thank you guys so much. If you have not hit the like button for me, please hit the like. And we are going to swing up to Queen's Tea with Gigi. After Gigi, we're going to have Just Being Honest. Oh, no, a queen's tea. Let me stop. We're going to go to SKR first. Hey, SKR.
Hello, 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 everybody. Hello, Chit Chat.
Hi, how are you? The voice of reason.
You know, I try to be. I try. It's like I always try to see the other side of everything. So, um, what I wanted to say is, um, with Kimmy, you know what? I am glad that he said what he said on that video because now I know how to handle you. I
Mm.
wouldn't want him to feel that way on the inside and then provide me with the fluff and the oh baby and let me help you. If that's the way you really feeling on the inside, tell me so
Mm.
I know how to handle you.
That's a good point.
I want to know how to handle you. Now, everybody's not like that, and that's okay. Some people at that time might need to deal with the fluff, but if I'm fixing to live my last, days or whatever else, I want your truth so I know how to move in my last days with you. So, and with Kimmy, I can understand me and Kimmy are kind of in that same generation group of where there is a lot of us that are single women. There's a lot of us that have never been married. We have far and few between relationships. And a lot of us don't have kids, or we'll have one of the other, or something like that.
Mhm.
But I can understand how somebody can become a Kimmy because when you always, from our generation, we are coming in that last part of the generation where you it was taught that you get married. Now the kids, the women's that's coming after us, they can go on and live a little longer and not be married because they're out, their thinking is different, the opportunities and everything is just different for them, so that feeling of I need to be married is not as strong as it is with our generation, me and Kimmy's generation. So it's like, you think that you are all, so I'm not gonna let you do me like this, and you're not gonna do that, and you're not gonna do that. But when you are coming to a certain age and you're like, I don't want to be here alone. I never thought that I was gonna come in with my name and leave out with my name. I
Mhm.
thought that I would be a miss somebody. I thought I would be a mother to somebody, but when it doesn't happen, you can start to, let things slide that you wouldn't normally let slide for the sake of not leaving this world alone.
Okay, wait, SKR, because I want to make sure I'm understanding you. So I get that you said that you can understand where Kimmy is coming from because of the age group and all of that. And it's a lot of us that's right in that area. Okay, so I think a lot of people can relate to that, but you are not saying, this is what I want to make sure, that just because you are of that age group, just because it was said that hey, the ideal situation is marriage, or naturally people don't want to be alone, die alone, none of that. But you're not saying stay in the mess because of that, correct?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying,
Tiptoe around because I want to make sure.
I
no.
can relate to you too. I can relate to what you're saying too. So
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, no, no, no. I'm not saying, I can see why some people can become or end up a Kimmy.
Got you.
So it's just like, with this show, there's a lot of people that says, this show needs to go off, and this show is too dark, it's triggering or whatever else. For me, I look at this show as a learning point. It's teaching so much. It's teaching me that I do not have to let things in my life go and for the fear of being alone.
There you go.
And it's just, you know, I this show has, with Maurice doing what he said, that shows married couples and people that are in a relationship that they need to have conversations like these before they get married, after they get married, and during the marriage. For, that should be an ongoing conversation, for the sake that when I do get sick, when it's life terminal, how are we going to handle that? Are you still going to want me to keep doing this, or do you think that your needs are so strong that you're not going to be able to overlook that I am having a life threatening sickness? And those conversations need to be had, because there are women out there and some men that have been in having terminal illness, and the other partner is off playing off because they're trying to get their needs met, whatever the need is, because you're sick right now. So those conversations need to be had. I am glad that it happened, because these are eye-opening conversations. People need to sit down with their partners, their spouses, and have those conversations of what if and how are we going to do this. So that's my point. Like I said, I always try to see the other side. I see, I can relate. And I think why this show is so triggering, because there's been some of us that may have been a Kimmy, or is a Kimmy right now, or was a male. It's a show that is so relatable. And sometimes, I want a show that I can laugh and, listen to some shade. But then too, I do want to see some real life stuff going down. And even though it's ugly, it's the truth. It's some of us that's living that every day. And we need to see that others are living that too. And how do we handle it? How can we change it? How can we learn from it?
Yeah.
For your life, if you want to change it, or if you want a difference, or if you're looking for an answer somewhere, there are other people going through the same thing too.
Same
So,
things.
yes.
I got a couple points to what you said. As far as knowing how to handle, I agree. It's something that's put out here where we can say, okay, now I know how to handle this. When it comes to Kimmy, with what was put out here with Maurice, what will she do to handle it? Will she do anything to handle it? Or will she just continue to, from the outside looking in, just accept what's putting out, what he's given? Let me put it that way. As far as this show being a teaching point, I totally agree. I didn't make my decision based on what Mel went through, but I did mention some key points, like the God said go, or things like that. The 50% versus 100%. That was a teaching moment for me, even though that wasn't on the show. That was just Mel's live. But when it comes to teaching us something, I think it would be nice if all shows would teach us what you should and should not do. The thing that I feel with Love and Marriage Huntsville, it's all what you shouldn't do. I really can't look at anything as far as the couples and see what you should do. I haven't seen anything that's ideal, if that makes sense. We saw Mill and Martell. We see the dynamic between Marceau and Tisha. We see the dynamic between Kimmy and Maurice. Stormy and Courtney, we haven't seen enough of them. So it's basically been what not to do. So it would be nice if we can see some things of what you should do when it comes to this show. But SKR, you gonna come in and drop it like that almost at the end of this live with these great points?
they're just, I just try to see the other side because a lot of times I do agree with the majority of everybody, but then I always try to, well, let's peek
Yes.
over on the other side of the fence and see what's going on.
Makes out to be a compelling conversation, even in members only. I pinned you the voice of reason because that's exactly what you are. Similar to Hannah Grace, you guys are always going to push the envelope, if you will, and make us look at things from a different perspective. So I appreciate you. I'm really glad you put in the chat. I want to come up because what you stated is so true. And a lot of people, like Bad Apple just said, can relate. I think it's very common when you get to the area of 40 plus, 45 plus, and again, who wants to spend their lives alone? But that don't mean you're going to take some stuff or sit in some stuff or be miserable and all of that, because guess what? Alone is better. Stress kills. You know what I'm saying? So great points, SKR. Thank you for that. You got ladies clicking the link after I done told y'all. We got Succeeding back. We got BLS. But SKR, are you done? If you were done, we're gonna
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna drop down. I thank y'all for letting me come up and say my looking on the other side of the fence. So
thank you. I love me some USKR. Thank you so much for coming up. Hope to see you Thursday
thank you. Y'all have a good one.
as well. Good night. Okay, we're gonna go to a Queen's Tea with Gigi. After Queen's Tea, we're going to go to Just Being Honest. Real quickly, 1,056 people watching, and let me just double check the likes. You guys have been excellent with the likes, and yeah, we had 1.3k likes, so I'm happy. But all right, Queen's Tea with Gigi. Final thoughts on Kimmy and Maurice and their situation. The interview.
So, if you will, put the picture back up, because
Oh,
I just wanna see it show something.
all right. I got you. Here
Because
we
the
go.
picture is very, very telling.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Now, I'm not putting this out there. I'm not saying this in any way. I'm just saying this is what it looks like. But it looks like a situation where you better not say nothing. You know what I'm saying? If you get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she looks almost like she's scared and he's gone, you know what I'm saying, do something. Do you see his eyes? He almost looks evil and she looks like she's scared to say something. But
Yeah.
it was so crazy in that interview where the lady, I forget her name, she kept telling him, she said, it's so crazy how I keep asking you if
Mm-hmm.
you would say it over or if you would redo it or if you would try to, basically try to fix what you said to make your wife feel better or try to at least represent y'all's marriage or yourselves differently. And he just would not do it. That was so telling. And she just sat there and still defended it.
Yeah.
But we have to understand she was allowing this. She allowed this before the marriage, before she put his name on the deed. She allowed the behavior. She allowed all the whatever he was doing. Because for 7 years, you're not going to tell me that this started after the marriage. This
Mm-hmm.
was something he was doing. You fed into it. You bought into it. It was, if he gave her the ultimatum of, I'm not going to marry you unless my name is on the deed, then it was, okay, well, I'm not going to marry you, or I can't do this until you pay for my school. Okay, well, then now I can't do this until my son is here. Okay, well, now I can't do this until it's always one more thing, one more thing. There's nothing about her, it's all about him. And then it's almost as if Maurice looks to Kiowa as well to deal with Kimmy. Any situation they have, he doesn't really want to deal with it. He'll still call Kiowa because he feels like I feel like he really feels like Kimmy did have a little bit of part to play in it as well, but he doesn't want to say anything because he knows that he would have to admit that he was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
At
That's
first, it's crazy because at first you didn't think Maurice was like that. You saw Maurice and Kimmy's relationship like, oh, they were the different ones out the group. You thought maybe it was different. Kimmy was, she was vocal. You thought she was the voice of reason. She was the smart one. Like, hey, she wasn't gonna take any crap. Now it's like, Kimmy, you are. It's sad to say, but it's disappointing to see how Kimmy is now.
you know what I said. And I got the Kanye spirit. I'm gonna let you finish, but first, real quick, here for hot tea. If you still here, still listening, hello. I just saw your comment. Gigi, I said in members only the other night, Kimmy looks defeated and depleted, like nothing there. And
Mm-hmm.
again, we know what she's going through health wise, but even when it comes to this marriage, because she's able to put on a brave face, a brave front. So if it was happy, especially if you come in front of the cameras, we gonna see some parts of that. I don't see it at all. But go ahead, Gigi.
Yeah, you would think that being in front of a camera, you would be able to put on that front. They're not being able to do that, not even during Love and Marriage Huntsville. There's no front to put on. Like,
Mm-hmm.
there's no excitement at all. Like, if you could tell, Maurice got more excited when he talked about Mel being a part of that expo than he
Mm-hmm.
was when he was talking about Kimmy, than he was talking about the marriage.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't get excited about Kimmy like that at all. But when it came to Mel, he was real excited.
Mm.
And it's just crazy how they're all like that. Like
Yeah.
when it comes to their women, there's no excitement. They have them, that's it. They got what they wanted. But they're all that's why when Mel said Martell didn't start stepping out until he started hanging out with y'all.
She said it. She sure said it.
Because that's what y'all were doing.
Mm-hmm.
And Kimmy, she definitely is defeated and depleted. And Maurice is not, he's not helping. He is not caring. That
Yeah.
scene that he did with Monster where he was giving that pep talk, I wanted to be like, really? Like, is that all?
Right.
With
Right.
with everything that's going on, that's all you really have to say. Like, I guess they could have edited a lot out, of course. But come on. This is a young man and he is almost a man. Stop calling him monster because that you talking about he's a beast and giving reference to 50 Cent and all that. He's not them. Let this young man be his own person, grow into who he is. Figure out who he is instead of trying to make him one of y'all because that is not a good example.
Yeah.
But
Totally agree with you. Yeah, that name gotta
mm,
go. And the poor boy, he wants it gone himself. So hopefully they are now calling him Reese. I think that's what he wants to go by. Hopefully his daddy is listening. Yeah, enough of the monster. You know,
yeah,
too many of
hopefully so. But
too many
yeah, it's
black
it's
men
it's
are.
it's just too much. But
It is.
yeah,
It
that's
is.
it.
You're welcome, Gigi. Thank you. A Queen's Tea with Gigi.
Thank you.
You are welcome. All
I'll be
right.
in the bushes in the chat.
Okay, yeah, we got 15 minutes. We going on 4 hours, 3 hours, 42 minutes. So we got to get this done, people.
All right. Well, I'll be down in the chat.
All right. Thank you again, Gigi. All
Okay.
right. Just being honest, she was dropping some knowledge earlier. So I know she got some
Hey.
now. What's your thoughts, just being honest, on this Kimmy and Mari saga?
The same thing I was thinking. It was a hot mess, and I really like. I can't feel sorry for Kimmy, being that she's been more than 7 years in it. It for me that just might be a lifestyle choice. You know what I mean? Maybe this is what she's envisioned for a relationship, and that's the best she thinks she can get. And it's sad that she thinks she deserves that, and that's all she's capable of. That's for her to find some self finding. I found, like y'all said, him being given opportunities to re-say what he said in a better way, even though what he said, no matter how many ways you flip it, turn it, and reverse it, it's just not going to, just doesn't sound good to me. It doesn't sound admirable. It doesn't sound like he really cared about her. It just sounds like how the first panelist said, he's getting her back for how he felt being embarrassed, saying that he heard, I fake it. I don't like what you do and you ain't doing a good job. Instead of her saying, I don't have the drive. I don't want to do it. I'm
Yeah.
exhausted. I have, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
he kept reiterating it, making it seem as if it clicked for me when I was watching. I'm like, this dude is trying to blame her
Yes,
for
ma'am.
what he said out of his mouth. You saying that she didn't tell you earlier about her problems with doing that. How do you, was it not, did it not click off when you was taking her to her chemo treatments and you saw her shaving her head off?
Thank you.
Maybe when you saw her crying in her pillow
Oh
or
my God.
her getting weaker every day, was it certain things that you didn't catch that didn't tell you that maybe she ain't wanting to drop it like it pop, and popping it like it's ready?
Yeah.
Maybe when you was sitting next to her and she had to put ice on her legs just so
Hmm.
she could take her chemo and she's showing this. Maybe that should have been the moment where you realize maybe I shouldn't be asking this woman who's already doing enough and too much in this state to be getting on top of me and faking like I'm doing something. That's too much. That's
Yeah.
too much. And then on top of that, bro, if you listening, honey, if you gotta do it 3 times, you didn't do it right the first time, Shay. And
Pe-
that's all I gotta say to you, boy. Because if you gotta do it that many times,
Period.
you ain't got it done right the first time. If you got to do a math problem 3 times, I'm sorry, you got to do your homework 3 times. You ain't getting it right. You need a tour. We
Make it.
don't need to keep doing this thing. Okay. The
Mhm.
second thing I had to say was he's an embarrassment. The whole situation was an embarrassment. But to go off of what the lady that was before, um, the one that was before me, Miss Queen,
Mm-hmm.
um,
See with Gigi.
when she said this is a learning lesson, I'm going to tell you the frustration I've had said to my significant other about this show is that when you come to Oprah Winfrey Network, which some are calling the Oppression Woman Network now,
Mhm.
Oppressed Women Network, um, you think if I'm going to watch a show that's about African Americans, that's prominent in their community, I'm going to see something different from what I could see from a Tyler Perry production and anything that's on VH1, MTV, or BET because there's a standard that's associated with Oprah Winfrey, right? And so when you go there, you associate that standard with that show and you expect that thing to be there when you watch it. And then
Yeah.
when you watch it and they're acting and conducting themselves the same way as those who were given money just because they know how to put lyrics together really nicely or they look good in pictures, you start to assume that the whole collective is that way. And
Mm.
this is where I get a problem. Because
Mm.
as a black person, we are not granted individualism. We are not an individual entity. When you walk down the street, you are carrying every headline that every person has ever seen, every meme, every cartoon,
Girl.
every show of every black person, and you are that person in that moment. And
Say
if they decide that they want to get to know you and get the opportunity to know who you are as a person, then you get the opportunity to become individual. And then sometimes when someone think they're giving compliments, you're not like the rest, but we're
absolutely.
not all like that. But you perceive us to be that way because the only opportunity that we have to be shown, when we're shown, we're acting up.
There you go.
That's the problem I have. Like you say, it's constantly showing. It's making me feel like it's the only shows that we have, the ones that can be scripted for us to be seeing a
Yeah.
positive imagery of black families and how we conduct ourselves. Because
Mhm.
if I was outside our community and I saw this and I'm like, oh, it's Oprah Winfrey. I'm gonna go in here, I'm gonna see these families, I'm gonna see these people that got money, and I see them acting the same way as somebody that just picked up a lotto ticket in the middle of nowhere and then having the decorum up and got money like the Beverly Hillbillies. They found oil in the back. They still hillbillies, but they just happen to be in the Beverly Hills now, you know? Like
Mhm.
people don't realize how toxic and how dangerous. I would want I feel so much about this show, and I promise I'm gonna hurry up, Miss Chit Chat, because I know
You
you don't want to be here for 15 hours. But I get so frustrated because to me it's 10 times worse. It's 10 times worse than any of the other shows because you expect that, but when you align, you understand what I'm saying? It's like when
Yeah.
you are on the other side and you're in a nice neighborhood and you see things that's happening on the other neighborhood that you fought so hard to get out of,
Mhm.
or this is the neighborhood I've seen is supposed to be nicer and the expectations and that they're conducting themselves the same way, you're realizing it's not the neighborhood, maybe it's the people. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And I don't want for that to be as if like we are going to be able to stop people from feeling that way. But I just that's my reasoning why I don't like the show. It's toxic, it's dangerous, all the things that's been happening in the background with Martell and them. It's just, but that drew the line for me. Seeing Kimmy, who's a grown woman, and she chooses to be with that man. But to
Yeah.
see that was like the straw that broke the camel's back for me. And I don't think I'm gonna watch the show
Mhm.
really any more like that. I'm just gonna keep up on watching your reviews and stuff because this show really is the more and more I talk, like I think about, like it really is. He dropped the ball bad with this, and when people look years back from this, they're gonna be like, he really did not do a service for the community. If anything, he added to more because
Mm.
then now people can say, well, they ain't nothing. They got dysfunction
He
too.
don't
Look at them. They
care.
got, huh?
He don't care.
He don't. He doesn't. I'm sorry if I'm going off, y'all, but I really,
No, no, you're
it
fine.
irritates me because I told my significant other this other day, I said, we are not blessed with that gift of being individuals.
Mhm.
And just to have this on TV for people to have another opportunity to say they're all the same. You see, no matter what, you can take them to college. You can, especially the men, you can do this and that, and look how they conduct themselves. This dude is acting like a horn dog that can't even be nice and let his wife do what she needs to do to heal and get back together. Like, you know, like they don't. It's a
You know
whole hot
what?
mess, Miss Chachi, Miss
To
Chit
your
Chat. I don't know
point,
why I said chat. I was all over the place.
No, no, you're fine, girl. You are dropping it. You are
hey,
fine.
listen, to your point, I was listening to a black comedian. I forget his name, but he said being black is a group project. Everyone contributes to the grade.
Mm.
Amen.
And I thought that was so
Amen.
funny because it's so true. It is exactly what you just said.
Mhm.
You're
Mhm.
not you. That's the best way to say it. Good bad apple. Like seriously, like that's the best way to say it. We really don't. We don't have like when you see, and God forgive me, I'm not throwing them under the bus, but when you see white people like on TV or they doing something bad, they don't say, "Oh, everybody like that." They don't even get to carry the burden of being what they did to us in the past, right now in their present. But we don't have that luxury. We don't
So
have that luxury. So I think we need to start being more like, well, we already are that way because we want higher quality. We're demanding more of him, which is sad because we're actually saying, we think you're capable of doing better, Carlos, but you just don't want to do it. It's just like you just want to stay in that trash hole that you call a home. You know what I mean? Allegedly. But it's just like, I don't know. But thank you for your panel. Thank you for us speaking on this so we know that we're not the only ones that feel this way. And
yeah.
thank you for giving us a place for us to voice our opinions and unite with others and get other perspectives that we necessarily would never heard before. This
Oh,
is more appealing than that actual show, sadly. That's the truth. Well, not sadly about your thing, but
It's
we're
true
literally sitting
though.
up here talking
yeah.
and they're doing a show and this is more interesting. I rather listen to you talk for 5 hours than
Yeah.
listen to like I
Yeah.
can't.
Yeah.
Thank you, Miss Chit Chat. Thank y'all
Don't
so
go
much.
anywhere.
Just being honest, I want to thank you. I really do. You are so knowledgeable. And yeah, we want better. We want to see better. We had high expectations. when they put it out that this show was coming on, and it's been downhill ever since. As far as your take on all of us being black, well, you guys don't know, but I'm a big Jay-Z and Beyonce fan. But the story of OJ with Jay-Z, if you guys haven't heard it, it's on his 444 album, but it's still Igga with an N in front of it. That's what will be, especially if this is what you're putting out there. So it definitely starts with someone that's been given the opportunity, such as Carlos King, to put something positive out there, and this is what he's choosing. Like you say, social media, YouTube, and everywhere else is the show, and that's why I wanted to tell Desi. I know he went and binge watched. You'll never know the true love in Mary Huntsville without social media, especially YouTube. So what you see, yeah, you're going to get watered down, but the real stuff is what's out in these streets. So thank you so much, Just Being Honest. I appreciate you again for clicking the link. Hopefully I will see you the next time we go live. This live
has... Don't drop down though.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah.
Y'all want me to stay up or?
Please.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Well, Bad Apple, if you got something to say to her, say it. We got 6 minutes.
I got questions. That's why I need y'all. I got questions.
Go ahead.
So let me just say, I can relate to Kimmy, but I was tricked. I didn't purposely get into a situation like that. But once I got in it, I became a victim of I don't know if y'all heard of this before, but the sunk cost fallacy. And it just took me a little bit of time to get out of it. But anyway.
You always give me something to look up. What is it?
Oh, yeah, the sunk cost fallacy. We may not have time right now, but just,
I'm just going to look it up. We'll be ready
look it up.
Only. I'm going to put it on the topic board. Go ahead.
So my questions are, because when y'all were talking about this house, something just clicked. And it occurred to me, like, why wouldn't she suggest that they buy a home together instead of putting him on her deed? That's my first question. Number 2, did he own a home with Kaiwa? And did he buy into Kimmy's house in order to get on the deed? And my last question is, I wonder how he would react if Kimmy said to him that her cancer journey inspired her to go back to her nursing career and that she was getting out of doing whatever she's doing now. That's what I want to get you guys' thoughts on those things.
Yeah, well, I hope it's a decision that she does make because she let him strip her of that. She's just done too much bending to please him, and I think that would be great. That's her field. Naturally, she has personal experience now to speak on this in particular as far as what she was diagnosed with, but I don't know if it would go over well because he has the power in a sense. Real quickly though, I just looked it up. The sunk cost fallacy is a logical fallacy that entails sticking with a losing or failed venture because you've already invested a significant amount of time, money, or other resources that you can't get back. So that part got cut off. Wow. First time I heard that, Good Bad Apple.
Listen, I'm telling you, I have done a lot of research on personality disorders because I wanted to understand the people. I wanted to understand this man. I really did. And I wanted to understand my behavior and why why I stayed in it for almost 7 years. It was almost 7 years for me.
Yeah.
Because when you fall in love, your heart gets into something. It's just really hard to draw back. You know what I'm saying? But, there is always something in you that says, you can do better. You're better than this. You can do better. So it just takes some time for that part of you to prevail.
Yeah. And I was going to say that when you said you were tricked, I think a lot of women in particular, can, fall under that as well. And Kimmy may have been tricked as well. She could have been tricked. She could have been just what you
Nah, he was a barber sleeping on somebody else's couch.
She knows what she was buying.
yeah.
Yeah.
But still, no matter the circumstance or situation, it could still apply to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could have been in love.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Definitely with love.
yep. But great points, Bad Apple. We do have to get back up to the top though. Okay, I did get just being honest. And let's see. We got Bad Apple. Debbie, I'm saving you for last because I know you're gonna set it off. So we are going to go with in Soul. I'm gonna let you up, but I promise Soul T will be the last person clicking the link, hitting the panel. Is this you, Soul T?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Okay, I wanted to let you up,
Okay,
but we
thank
are
you.
going to, you're welcome. Just hold tight for me. We're going to go.
Okay, and I'm gonna drop that's the end. So if you want to go ahead and drop, I just wanted input from people on that, but
Oh,
we're
no.
just moving on.
Wait, hold
And
on. Who else would like to respond to Good Bad Apple? What was the question again? If Kimmy chooses to go back to nursing.
Mm-hmm.
well, I wanted to know, like, that was one thing, but my thing about the house is that I'm wondering if it occurred to her, or if this was a part of the agreement about him getting on the deed. Did he buy into the deed? Did he give her money to get on that deed?
Oh,
Or
yeah, I wouldn't know.
the or and
Anybody?
I'm just wondering why she would do that instead of
That's
saying, well, let's buy a home together.
Remember, they were supposed to build one together, and that's why she was so disappointed and crying, because he took her to that property where she thought they were building their home, and then he knocked the wind out of her once again, and he told her that things had changed, and she stood there and she cried.
Oh man, I don't remember that part, but okay.
Yeah, he took her. It was like one of those places. It was similar. Like she thought he said, oh, he felt like they were going to build some, like some homes that they were going to sell. And she said, I thought this was going to be ours.
No, that was the Manor. That was
that
Scott
was
Manor or something.
Bedrock. Yeah, that was Bedrock. That was
And
Marshall.
she didn't want to live close to Marcel and Tisha.
Right. She didn't, but she thought they were going to build something. He must have still given her that, that impression that they were going to, because she said, I thought we were going to, do our own thing.
Mm-hmm.
Child, okay.
And then I think Kiowa was the breadwinner, from what, they say on the streets, allegedly.
Wait, hold on, Succeeding. Hold on. Because I do got to let BLS go first because she hasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, so just hang tight. So we can because she hasn't spoken. She came up late. Let me let the new people that joined, and then I'll definitely go back to you. Anybody else want to answer Bad Apple? Anybody have any thoughts on the nursing thing? If she goes back, how that will go over?
I don't think she would go back to nursing because she said her passion was cooking. She said
she say that
she wrote a cookbook, and she said her and her friend started a catering business. She said she loves to cook. I saw an interview that she did, and she said her passion is cooking. I think Maurice is the type to tear that down because she never wanted to do real estate full time, from what she told him.
Oh, okay. I think her passion was nursing.
I do too.
Yeah.
That was what her career was made of.
Period.
And if she wanted to go back, Maurice would stop it because he has an ironclad hand on her now. He makes all the decisions and call all the shots.
Period.
That wouldn't go well with him. Yeah, and she's already in the doghouse right now with him. Because when she speaks her feelings or say what she really feels, he doesn't like it. And he penalized her for that. She better do what he say and what he think. See, that's what I'm saying about men when they want to think for you and them. All your loss, everything you ever thought goes out the window. It's all about them. And this is the way he have her. She can't make a decision without him because if he don't agree, then it won't go down.
All right then.
Yeah, Bad Apple. I think that was her passion. Kimmy rose through the ranks. You know what I mean? She wasn't an RN. She was. I forgot the technical term. You know, of the position that she was held, but it was up there. And you don't do that and continue to progress in that area. To me, if you're not passionate about it, so that cooking mess, I think that was just a lie.
Well, she did a
Well,
whole book, a cookbook.
Mm-hmm. All
I
right.
don't remember her doing that either. I must
Me
have
either.
not watched that one.
Yeah, me either. I'm gonna have to try to look that up.
Yeah, it's
She
not
did
on
a
the show.
cookbook, but it didn't go nowhere. It went just like Martell's cookbook.
Um,
Nowhere.
Yeah.
and
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 then
that was after the show started, correctly?
Yes.
I mean, correct.
Yeah.
She probably just did that to try to make a quick buck, child, like Martell.
Hmm. Well, thank you, ladies.
Interesting.
That was
Thank
great
you,
input.
Apple. You always shake it up too, like Hannah Grace and SKR. Thank you, good bad Apple.
And
All
y'all
right,
have a good night.
you
you
as well.
too.
Have a good night.
Thank
Okay, we
you.
gotta go to BLS. BLS, your thoughts. Hey, BLS. First of all,
Hi, Chit Chat. I was trying to get up earlier, girl. You was full. I
uh,
ended up getting my shower, washing my hair,
get out.
getting myself together, and I came back and y'all was still here. I said, "Oh, let me go on up there."
We had 4 hours, and I started off like it's just gonna be a 2 hour lie tonight, and we at four. But thank you for joining me. I really
Thank
you
you for
want
having me.
what you have to say. That's right, Shay P. She was in administration. Once you get to that level, she was making she was making a nice high six at least 200 plus 6 figures. Thank you for that. It was administration. Okay, BLS, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, and I really heard a lot of the ladies say it, and maybe that was bad apple. When I think about Kimmy and where she is now, there were things early on that told her, nah, uh-uh. And so I think a lot of times when we are dating, the men are looking for a woman with standards. And when we drop our standards so that we can um, so called compete, for their affections, oftentimes they reveal who they are, well before getting married. Like he put her off all of those years,
Mm-hmm.
and his intensity or desire for her, she had to see it change once he, I mean to be crass with it, but a man who don't mean you no good, and it's not a love thing but a lust thing, once he tap it, his affections, they shift and they change.
Mm-hmm.
And then we get all messed up and we trying to get something back because we got we got behind equity in it, and we got behind equity, so now we trying to, no, it's not that. Well, yes it is. You see it for what it is, and oftentimes we ignore that, and then we allow ourselves to stay in something that's not for us. And so I think when we all mess up and make mistakes,
Yeah.
but I think to continue and not say, no, wait a minute, this is not who I am. I
That's right.
have a standard, and my standard is this, and my expectation is this, and this.
Mm-hmm.
And if in fact you can't meet me there, then this right here is not going to work.
Period.
Period. And then a lot of times the man will, but so many women are afraid to even, test it. Men want standards because at the end of the day, they weak, but we get weak too. And the same standard that we have to be strong, sometimes they're looking for somebody to say, no, we're gonna stop the bus right here. But the bar has been lowered so low when
Yep.
they don't have, they don't have to do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
but I'm gonna hold out for the right one.
Oh, that's right.
And so with Kimmy, I believe that she saw, and I'm just gonna admit it. I got. I have got
Mm-hmm.
before, right? And I think once we can admit that, to ourselves, then we can begin to establish standards
That's
and
right.
begin to fortify what we said in the
Mm,
beginning.
mm,
But
mm.
I think she's so far gone and she in it. But them 7 years had been talking to her before she ever got married by the time they reached the show.
Yeah.
And I noticed something like around Christmas time, they were showing Christmas pictures or Christmas videos or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And there was distance between Kimmy and Maurice then, because I'm looking like, oh boy, what's going on? But it was like she did not want him touching her. And I don't know if it was some videos that I saw where they were posting Christmas pictures. They all had pajamas on or whatever. And so I'm not sure if Kimmy is trying to act conciliatory because she's still in the acting phase of this whole love and marriage Huntsville, and she trying to recover or recoup. But
Mm.
the disrespect that he continued to maintain,
Yeah.
and it's like he offended you once and he doubled down on the offense a
Double
second time. And now you look like a sucker all over again. You look like a sucker when you wasn't there. But he said, no, come on, we're going to go in camera. I want her with me.
down. Mm.
And made it even worse, by not apologizing. If it wasn't coming on to say, baby, I didn't mean that. I love you and I'm sorry.
That's it.
And
That,
that's all. And
yep.
he just carried on. So I said, my God.
Mm, mm,
But
mm.
yeah, and she and any of us, we can change it in a moment. She can make a decision to leave that mess and leave it alone.
Period.
Yeah, because I feel like right now, you prostituting yourself for what? I don't know. I don't know what the exchange is. I don't know what she's getting out of it, especially when she brought so much to the table. It's like, what are you getting aside from humiliation?
Yep.
And I don't believe I agree with y'all, if he got to do it 3 times a day, huh? He
Uh,
didn't do it right the first
that.
time.
Period.
So it ain't like he laying pipe, huh?
Say it.
Girl, okay, but I'm going too far. I'm ready to mute out.
No, no. But I want to say something to that real quick. He was hurt when she said that she was faking it, because remember, he said he didn't even know she was faking it. So I think that, that was a blow to his ego as well. You definitely ain't got to do it 3, 4 times a day if you doing it right the first time, and she doing it right the first time. We'll revisit that tomorrow or the next day or whatever. But yeah,
Right?
he thought that he was really performing, but she admitted to faking it, and he couldn't even tell. So what that tell you? She been faking it. She been faking it.
Exactly.
Been
So she ain't losing nothing.
Yeah,
Any place she go after this is a win. You
yeah,
going up, girl.
absolutely.
So yeah, I just hope she wake up and shake it off. But a part of me believes that she is acting out this thing so she can continue to get this paycheck. But she really trying to figure out how I'm gonna get out of this mess.
Yeah, I think I did some wheels turning in her head. You know what I mean? It seemed like it. But I am of speaking from personal experience. Get out. If it's not like you said, if your standards aren't being met, or some way down the line, you guys have ventured away from that for whatever reason. I mean, women are the prize. That's just it. That's all. And you don't have to dumb yourself down for a man. You don't have to put up with BS and none of that. So yeah, hopefully she will exit. I don't want to see anybody's marriage end, but from what he's putting out here,
That's not what that is, though. They
man,
got something else.
that's something. That's an
That's
agreement.
something else right there.
That's an agreement, a contract, a daddy. I don't know what it is, but it's not a good look. I know that it's not a good look at all. So, but oh my goodness, BLS, I'm glad you were able to take your little bath and all that stuff and come drop it like that because you dropped some knowledge and some facts. And thank goodness that we have a platform like this where we are able to come up here and share words of wisdom and encouragement to anybody that may be going through anything. Again, like I told, what was her name? I think it was, who was it? Who was I talking to? Just being honest, I think it was. But yeah, this show is really teaching a lot of us what not to do instead of what to do. So SKR said that it is a teaching. It should be, and it's teaching people a lot. Yeah, and it's also teaching you what not to do and what not to put up with. So great points, BLS. We are going to go. We have 4 hours and 14 minutes. BLS. Well, look, I think I know everybody and where you guys live. I'm not gonna say the city or state. You on the East Coast?
I am, yes.
Eastern. See, I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm really crazy. I think I got the brain of a maniac or something. How do I remember all of this? But what I do know, it is 12:20 your time. So get you some rest. But I
Right.
appreciate you. I really do. And I look forward to seeing you on our next live.
Absolutely. Likewise. Thank you, Chat.
Thank you, BLS. Oh, wow. That was great.
Yes.
Okay, succeeding. Final thoughts, and after succeeding, Debbie gonna take us off with that. Take us out of here with that real raw words of wisdom that I just love. Go
You know,
ahead.
I just came back up because, someone said something about the way he was looking at her, and he kept cutting his eyes over there. And when he cut his eyes, if his eyes cursed, his eyes said, blank, I will beat your blankety, 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 blank if don't do what we rehearsed you doing. And he cut his eyes over there a few times, if you all notice, and
Mm,
she kept blinking. She blinked at least, and I am not exaggerating, 100 times. And then I looked it up and I saw that stress can cause constant blinking.
mm,
And so I did notice that. But I wanted to say, as a man, he is not in tune with his wife's body.
no.
He is not in tune with her needs. He is not asking her any questions, but not even going back to the fact that she was doing this during treatment. And the statistics talk about the pain, how
Yeah.
it is physically uncomfortable,
Mm-hmm.
not pleasurable, and all of those things, including
Mm-hmm.
mentally what she's going through. Because remember, she's used to being free, walking around with her two-piece, bikinis around the house. And not to mention what that's causing her, mentally.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not normal.
So what kept coming in my mind was, you remember that song, Don't Want No Short Short Man?
Mm-hmm.
Teeny
Mm-hmm.
weeny. Because if he's not in tune, he doesn't know his wife, someone who he has been with all of that time. He is not in tune with her needs. So she's just been going through the motions because she doesn't want to lose him.
But succeeding should being in tune with her body at this time while she's fighting cancer, should that even be a thought?
Not at all. It
Right.
should not be a thought. But since he said he didn't know that she was initiating it,
Mm-hmm.
he is not in tune to know, to look at her to see she's exhausted, to see the wear and tear on her face, not to even know just what she's going through.
I think he's in tune. I think he just doesn't care. You know what I'm saying? Even if you don't see it in her face, you know what she's dealing with. Like
Right.
somebody said earlier, she just got back from chemo. She may need to go to radiation tomorrow. Um, be in tune with that.
Right.
Forget the body, forget the sex, forget all of that. Be in tune with what's really going on in her life so she can get through that, heal properly, and after that's done, we can go back to doing it like rabbits, wild rabbits. But at this point, don't worry about being in tune with my body because I'm trying to get this treatment in tune with my body. You know what I mean? So,
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
he just, yeah, you're right. He doesn't care. He took her back to like the days of slavery.
mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. A sad display succeeding, but you know, I will, and as I know a lot of us will, you know, it's easy to say that we don't feel sorry for or whatever, but let's just hope that she will see the light. I'll put it that way. Let's hope. I'll hope and pray she see the light because what he's put out here, what this picture right here is giving, and I'm gonna share it again, it's just not it. It's just not it. And you're gonna look up and you know what I mean? Mentally you'll be gone. Physically you're worn out because you're trying to please, 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 and it's just not worth it. In this photo, Kimmy has dead eyes. She's not there.
Yes. She's checked out.
Checked out. She's not there.
You know,
And she had that expression, you know, because I was trying to snap so many pictures to get a good thumbnail and all of that.
right.
But she had this expression in particular, and this isn't a picture that I snapped. This is one that was floating on the internet, but I got the same one with them on the top. But
Yeah,
right after that, she closed her eyes completely.
she did.
Completely.
Yes,
You know
she,
what I'm saying?
yeah.
Embarrassed. Embarrassed.
Yes, she
But
is totally embarrassed, and
yeah,
because it did not make it, that interview was not better. That interview just made things worse. And you know how when you show those interviews where they show the wife standing by the husband that is cheated, that's what that reminded me of, that whole interview.
exactly. Exactly. Defeated and depleted. That's what it
That's,
is.
but you know that old folks used to say busted and disgusted.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
And it's just sad because, you know, she has a child that's looking at this, and
Right.
you imagine the son that's been, you know, your protector and wants to be your protector looking at you and looking for that strength to come back
Mm-hmm.
that
Mm-hmm.
he's seen you display. And that's the only thing that I wanted to say is he's so, like you said, he's so caught up in his ego that he is not in tune with the fact that she does not want, I mean, because she told him, I just want intimacy, you know, just want to
Right.
be held. He
Yeah.
is not in tune with her at all. It's all about him.
That's it. That's it. Because she definitely let him know. I just want to cuddle. I
Yep.
don't want that. And he still got on Carlos's platform and say she rolled over and you know, whatever. Oh, child.
And that was even worse.
Yeah, it was. It was a mess. But thank you, succeeding. Hopefully, I will see you Thursday for members only.
You know you will.
Members that's been in the chat rocking out. I'll put up a topic. Since I had yesterday off, I'm a day off. So tomorrow is Wednesday. So I'll stick up a topic post on the community board. And yeah, let's revisit this as well. But thank you, succeeding.
Thank you all.
Right. I hope you have a good night.
Debbie, I can't wait to go back in the chat and hear Aunt Debbie.
Yes, Aunt Debbie about to let loose, baby. I already know. Aunt Debbie, give it to us plain. You know, sometimes we can try to say things all nice and sweet and you know what I mean, but the younger generations and all of that, sometimes people need to hear it straight with no chaser, real and raw. And that's what you give, Debbie. So can you take us out with your feelings on Kimmy and Maurice's situation, saga, whatever we gonna call it?
Well, Kimmy is in a dilemma because if you look at Maurice's face, he looks like a dictator.
Mm-hmm.
He was never in tune with her body. He never cared about that. He just wanted it for what it was worth
Yep.
and what he wanted out of it. It had nothing to do with her in the first place. He wasn't making love to her. He wasn't showing intimacy. He was just getting on top, doing his business,
Yeah. Yeah.
and do it when I say I want it. And she went along with that so long, so long, so long, till he
Mhm.
brought up all this. Well, if I'm not gonna marry you unless my name on your house, we wouldn't have never got married. Well, if you don't do this and you got to quit your job, we'd have never got married.
Yeah.
He took all of her independence. Then he broke her down mentally. That was stress that brought on her illness. I'm not saying that brought on her cancer, but it could add to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look how she's sitting there. That's a woman that's stressed out, in distress. She
Yep.
don't know which way to go
Mhm.
because she didn't think it was going to be like this. She thought she had a loving husband, but what she got was a demon and a dictator.
Mm.
And
Mm-mm.
now she's the property of this man.
Yep. Yep.
And that's sad because now she done lost all of her self-esteem, her self-worth. She don't, self-care, self-worth. This man is taking
Mhm.
everything from her. So what's left? A shell of a woman.
Mm. Mm-mm-mm. A shell of a woman. I
Where do
agree.
you go from there? And it takes time to build all that back. But can she build it back as long as he around? It's up to her. What she needs to do when she finish her treatment, she needs to take a trip by herself and do some reflection and soul searching
Mm-hmm.
and rest at the same time. She needs to be out from under him because he's never going to give her no rest or peace because of what she said on TV. He going to always hold her that over her head. She could never get from under that.
Oh yeah, that faking thing that did it. That did it to him. So now he gonna
That
be hell bent on thinking he's performing in the bedroom and gonna wear her out just from
right.
trying to make up. You know what I mean to what she said. A mess. It's a mess.
That bruised his ego, his pride,
Yes, ma'am.
and that made him look bad on TV. So he gonna get her back for any way she can.
Yeah.
Any way he can, he gonna make her suffer. And if
And
I was her, before I suffer, I'll walk away and leave everything and be by myself for my self-worth and my health.
here,
Because that's more than a man. You can't love a man more than he love you. That's why I always tell women, don't never love no man more than he love you.
that's right.
Because when you do, you put yourself at his mercy. And
Absolutely.
he will take advantage of it. And that's what he's done to her.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely, Debbie. And that's a long that's been a saying for forever. The man is always supposed to love you more than you love him. Always. And I think that that's where Kimmy went into this and had it twisted. I don't know the circumstances, but we know how this goes. Some of us have lived life. We know these life experiences. And Kimmy went in proving she was the baddest bee. Yeah, I'm older, but guess what? I can dress like they do. Yeah, I'm older, but guess what? I got this house. Yeah, I'm older. I got this career. I got it going on. And he took advantage of that. My
Right,
opinion.
because she bought him. See,
She
she
bought
went into that butt trying to buy him. She bought that man.
period. Period.
And then once he went along with it
Mhm.
because he had an agenda of his own to
Oh,
turn it back on her once he was bought. Now he's turning the table.
that's right. He got that power now. He got
That's
that
all he
power.
ever wanted. That's
Yes.
all he ever wanted.
Yep.
That's why he say he gonna buy his other wife, ex-wife a house, bring her husband, bring his child,
Girl.
and put her child out the way so
Girl.
he could do what he want to do and run his household and her the way he wanted to. This was the plan in the beginning. But
Um,
she wasn't seeing red flags and she wasn't thinking about herself. All she thought about was him and getting him and
that's it.
doing for him. And she had a bomb all the time.
All the time. All the time.
So this is what you get when you buy men. This is how they treat you because they know that that's what you want. You want them, and once they get you, they don't want you, but they're gonna take advantage of everything you got,
Yep. You better
right
speak.
down to your soul.
You better
And
speak.
that's what he's done to her.
Love, undappy. Jazzy J say this is why I talk and listen to people who are older and wiser. Um, Nothing but straight facts drop. That undappy. Wow. I'm not saying this just because it's on my platform, but things like this is what needs to be on a show that's going to reach people, that you can deter people from making some of the decisions that you may have made, or sharing some things with them that you already went through to make sure that they don't, vice versa. Um, yeah, it's sad, Debbie. She went into this on the chase, to get that man, and he was gonna be her prize instead of the other way around. It wasn't love at first sight. Maurice didn't care about Kimmy because it took him 7 years to marry Kimmy. After she's still talking about being a side chick year one. Where they do that at? You still
I,
talking about being a side chick from year one, but it took them 7 years to marry you after that.
and he
Girl,
still don't love you.
come on now. Come on.
So
So
what
it's sad.
difference does it make whether you're a side chick or not? You set up and told Melody just an episode ago that they were still married and they had filed the papers, but they weren't final. So you said yourself was a side chick, but
That's
you've
sad.
been married 5 years. So with that 7 and that 5, and you ain't never had no love.
Mm-mm. I
You're
ain't
not
saying
gonna have none, and you're not gonna have no peace. No peace within yourself or peace within your household, cause you got a man don't care nothing about you.
yep.
All he doing is using you. He using you till he get through with you.
Make it plain, on Debbie. Make it plain.
And sometimes I'm gonna tell you in situations like that, women get sick, and those men, they know that they're making that woman sick
And
because they got an agenda to unalive you and get what you got and replace you with somebody else.
Woo, Debbie. Woo, Aunt Debbie. Make it plain. That is the goal of a lot of them. It's a lot of women that, God forbid, end up with some type of terminal sickness, and the man or the husband will put them in a nursing home, or like somebody put in members only the other night, the situation where they didn't move their women in the house because the wife is now restricted to the bed, can't get up, and it's some cruel ass people out here, men especially. And I'm not no male basher. I love, but when it comes to stuff like this, I can't act like I don't see what I see. I just can't act like that. You know what I mean? When it comes to Tisha and Marceau, I can't act like I didn't see him treating her like he was treating her. Some of us just real talk, real, we gonna speak real because we see what's real. And yeah, it's just a mess. This picture in particular that's on this screen, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. They in the middle of an interview. How are you looking this way in the middle of an interview? She's
That picture says 1,000 words.
does
Distress, you know,
distressed, depleted, defeated, all of the above.
and Tisha, I don't care how many BBLs she buy and getting in debt for all of that. When Marceau get ready to go, I don't care about none of that. He gonna be gone because he look at her as beneath him. He always have. That time when he said on the show in the beginning, you were from the other side of the tracks.
Show said it. He sure said it.
Look how he talked to her. Look how he put her down. You just need to stay in the house.
Yeah.
That means he don't even want to be seen with you. You're not a representation of him.
Yep.
You the maid, the mother of the children. That's it. That's all.
That's it. Um, the man told her he thought her degrees were for decorations, just to hang up on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
A mess. A mess. A mess.
Look what he did to her in Vegas. Now she spent all that money for vow renewal, invited all the friends.
Mm-hmm.
How you feel you get there with all your friends? He gonna tell you he not gonna do it.
Yeah.
He couldn't say a kind word.
For play. Even if,
He didn't
they,
even try to play. He
yeah,
didn't try to. He didn't even try to whitewash it, sugarcoat it. He
fine.
didn't do nothing. He said, "I'm not gonna do it."
Yep. Sure did. Sure did.
And
Like,
see, I'm gonna tell you something. Marcel don't look at Tisha as an equal or partner.
he never did. That's why we know his game, that they trying to act like she this majority owner of Scott and doing this and doing that. She doing what Marcel tell her to do because of the history of what we've seen on this show. We didn't see Tisha transition into no boss. That's because she hasn't.
She'll never be a boss.
No, because
You know, some people don't have it. I don't care how many degrees you got. Some people are just not bosses.
you know what, Debbie, I think that she could have possibly had potential, but when you have a man that, and a lot of women don't realize this, it's a lot of men out here that's intimidated by the women that they with and their success. And I think that Marceau most likely is one of those men because there's no way in the world you're going to tell your wife or even allow her to keep, not saying allow because she definitely got a right to do what she want to do, but you see she's going back to further her education. How dare you say, oh, I thought you was just going to hang that on the wall. Oh, I thought you knew what we agreed to. See, we don't forget what we saw on this show. And that man told her, you know what we agreed to when we got married. You going to be a stay-at-home mom. So he didn't want her to be successful in any area. But now, since he's caught the backlash because of us, people out here that's been talking about it for years, now let's play like you the boss. Tisha not running nothing, not with Marceau. It's not
No,
possible.
and she can't run some. She can't run business. If women can't work with other women, and women are big in business, Tisha got a lot of hangups about women. She has a lot of insecurities within herself and no
Mm-hmm.
self confidence.
Mm-hmm.
She
Mm-hmm.
doesn't work well as a team.
Yeah. Yeah.
So therefore, how you gonna rise up if you can't work with other people, whether they male or female?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
See, her degrees didn't teach her that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, you can have a million degrees, but
Yeah.
some people they can stunt their own growth with their behavior and their thoughts.
Yeah. So true. Somebody in the comments put Mel tried to give her the blueprint. She definitely did. And if you remember, I'm scrolling up so I can look for Soul T's comments. So I see you guys. Speaking of Soul T, Soul T, you were backstage, and but thank you. You needed this live. It was amazing. Yeah, you dropped down before because I got you written down on my list of who was on the panel. But I was scrolling up to see if I saw anything because if it's anything pressing, that you want to talk about tonight, you're more than welcome to hit the link. You know, but thank you. Debbie, I was saying that somebody put that Mel tried to give to Atisha the blueprint. She did, but we also saw when Mel went to go pick Tisha up. We saw Marceau, I don't want to say cock blocking, but blocking. He didn't want her to be independent. So when you just mentioned insecurity, the insecurity that I felt from Tisha when it comes to Mel is because she knew Mel was able to still be this mom and still be this boss when she was married. And she couldn't be, you
And
know.
she was jealous.
Exactly. Exactly.
You can't rise up from other women if you're always envious of them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. For sure. But we're gonna dig a little deep real quick, Debbie. Do you think her jealousy started from pure jealousy, or do you think it was because she couldn't and Mel could, and that caused jealousy? Because that's what I kind of think. I think that, you know, Marceau held her back. And I think that jealousy stemmed from, look at her making these boss moves. Look at her having these mimosas with Melody. Look at us with this speaking engagement. Look at this. But her husband is the one that held her back. She could have been doing it too, if you ask me. He could have let out the house. She could have went and got a little couple speech classes and all of that. And she could have been up there. Marceau held her back.
I don't
Yeah.
think it was all Marceau. I
You
think it
don't?
was the way she was raised. Her
You think
mother,
so? Oh, that's
her
true.
mother put envious in her as growing up. Look how
That's
she was envious of her own cousin
with
Kiki when
Kiki.
they were kids.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
See, this stems from growing up and your
Mm,
behavior and your family environment.
yeah, that's true.
So it didn't come along with Marceau. She already had that in her.
You right
Any
about
person she saw that was smarter or prettier or had more, she
that.
was
Mhm.
always envious. That's why she didn't have no friends.
Yeah, yeah. You right about that. I wasn't even thinking about the Wanda aspect, but even Kiki came out and said that it was Wanda that pit them against each other, as kids. And it shows. It showed on this show since Kiki even came on the show. So yeah, that's definitely something that was embedded in her as a child. And it's a shame because look at the effect, and she's in her 40s now. You know what I mean? And I think
Hmm.
that she's trying to overcompensate in every area, even with the new body and all of that. Like I said earlier, it was like a kid being raised by strict parents and they didn't got loose, and now we see loose Tisha. So,
Tisha doing all that to her body because she's never had attention, you
mm-hmm,
know. So
mm,
now she's doing that to get attention. So you
yeah,
see how she was smiling when all of them, when the men were talking about, "Oh, you look good and look at your booty." She's never had a man to tell her she was pretty,
yeah, and that was so disrespectful, you know.
Even though it was negative attention. She liked it,
Mm-hmm,
and it
mm-hmm,
was disrespectful to her, but she liked it.
yeah, yeah, she
Now
did.
look at that.
She was cheesing. And maybe it's the type of man, honey, that I done been with and soon to be husband, but there's not a I didn't expect Marceau to clock Martell or hit him or anything, but he definitely shouldn't have been joking and laughing about it. You supposed to put your foot down and make it plain. Don't look at my wife, dude. So it's enough women out here. But it's like he got a little enjoyment out of that, if you ask me. I don't know what
That's
was up.
because those men don't care about women.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Marceau didn't say nothing because he didn't care. If your husband cared about you, to check that man about you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He didn't check nothing.
Sure didn't.
That's
Sure
because
did.
he don't care. I don't
Yep.
care what she do to herself. It'll fall apart in 6 months and he ain't gonna care. Cause he didn't never cared the whole 16 years.
Yep. So true. So true. We ain't
But
seen it.
Chit Chat, I want to give you my condolences to your family. I want you to have a safe trip and come back to us. We
I will.
love you. You
I
got a platform from women and you help us. And
oh
I thank you for it. I
Debbie, you
thank
make
you.
me cry now. Don't make me cry. You help me too. You all help me too. But you hold a special place in my heart. I hope you know I mean it. When I call you and everybody else call you Aunt Debbie, like the person that just put in the chat, all I hear is words of wisdom. All I hear is real, raw. Uh, I cuss. So I relate to you in every way. And I thank you. I'm coming back. I'll be back. I'm only gonna be gone for look, I just got back from a trip. Gotta take the dogs to the board and now I gotta pay for that. And so look, I'm ready just to chill. But I gotta go. It's my auntie that passed away. So I'll definitely be there. But thank you for that, Debbie. You know I love you.
I love you too. And when you get back, I know Renata wanted us to go on a trip. We
Mhm.
should start thinking about that. And matter of fact, we need to get some Cutie Crew t-shirts.
Absolutely. I
We
got
need to represent because
we
what
gonna
you got going is a movement for women. It's to
oh,
learn. You
oh
know, these women come on this panel, they preach, they reach, and they teach.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh
And
yeah.
we all learn from one another. And we can bring more women into it
We can.
because we never know what one been through will help another.
That's right. That's
Each one teach one.
That's right. Look, you all have reached me. You know what I mean? And yeah, we got a lot in store. I did mention about the Cutie Crew. As far as the Cutie Crew trip, I think we will definitely do it 2024. I think it's mid-year now, so it's too late. But yeah, I got that in the works. I'm getting a travel agency where money goes directly to them for everything, not a dime to me. And we're definitely going to do that. As far as the line, I do have, but I'm going to change it to Cutie Crew. But I do have a spring line, but that's the reason why I didn't link it, because I would rather it be for something just for the Cutie Crew, because you guys represent. We're going to do something, Debbie. Don't worry about it. It's going to be what I would like annual. Something that we do annual. And I would love a setting where we're not behind these screens and we're all sitting around each other and sharing our experiences of life. You know what I mean? So thank you for that, Debbie. We'll get it done. I promise you, we'll get it done.
And if you need me to do anything, I'm more than happy to. Any
I
way I can support, I'm there for you.
I will.
Just
I
let
will.
me know.
I will. I had planned to assemble a little group just, so for the planning and all of that. So, yeah, we'll definitely get that together and we'll have like a Zoom meeting or either a private live of, those that will be involved in planning everything. And you already on the list. I just wrote it right here on my board. So, thank you, Debbie. I love you. We'll get it together. I appreciate you so much. I really do. Thank you again for all the words of wisdom.
I appreciate you as well. You be safe. God bless you. I
God,
love you. And take care of those little fur babies.
I
Take care
will.
of them. Tell them Aunt Debbie love them too.
Oh, I will. They right here under my feet. But I love you too, Aunt Debbie. I really do. I hope you have a good night.
You too. Bye bye.
Thank you. Wow, 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 guys. What alive. It seems like all of our lives turns out this way. Now we had 4 hours, 47 minutes, and you guys heard me say we're gonna cut this off at 2. Then we're gonna cut this off at 3. Then look, guys, we cutting this off at 4. And where am I? Where I've been for the past couple lives, 5 hours. Let me take a sip of my water. If I got any left in here. Hold on, guys. I think it's just ice left, but my throat is a little dry. Let me get a little ice cube. Okay. But thank you to the cuties tonight. Sherry, to become a member, it is under every description, every video under the description. You'll find it there. You can also go to the top of your YouTube page and click on my channel, scroll over. It'll give you a tab for memberships, or it may be under the About section. But I will also put the membership information. Let's see, I'll put it in the chat. I don't know if you guys will be able to click it, but I'll throw it on the community board as well. So my throat is a little dry, guys, but when I tell you this has been an excellent, excellent live, you know, you never know how it's going to turn out, but somehow, some way, we always end it hopeful. End it with some things that we didn't even know in the beginning, learning more about each other. And I think that that's what it's about. To the content creators that was in the house tonight, there were quite a few that I missed here for the hot tea. We had Show Styles and Spirit. We had a Queen's Tea with Gigi. Willis ain't talking about much. Kiki with Chrissy. Who else? Who else? See, I hate when I start naming people off the top of my head because I forget. But if I miss any content creators, let me just put on my little music so we can say some good nights. My sis, Pink Diva, held it down. Miss J held it down. Thank you guys so much for modding for me. Tyra came in. She's a mod. Held it down. I appreciate you ladies so much. Thank you guys for manning the chat. To everybody that was on the panel tonight, we had Succeeding LaDawn. Willis ain't talking about much. Miss ZRR. Aunt Debbie. Aunt Debbie. I may need to say that 3 times. And Aunt Debbie. We had Kiki with Chrissy, content creator. It's Chrissy time, content creator. Queen's Tea with Gigi, content creator. We had Good Bad Apple, Square Biz. Just being honest came through with so much knowledge. Oh my God. We had Z Friend G on the panel. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Oh my goodness. We had BLS that said she did a number of things and came back and we were still live. And I'm so glad that we were, because she came in and dropped knowledge as well. To the new members, we have Gwen, we have Valerie, we have Black Butterfly, we got Judy Irvin. Thank you guys so much for joining the Cutie crew. And then for the super chats and cash apps, Miss J, thank you for the cash app. Mary Kelly, thank you for the super chat. Kiki with Chrissy, thank you for the super chat. Zanalda, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you all. You guys know I'm going to read some comments on the way out the door. Braylon Lee was in the chat. Thank you. Thank you, Mary White. Mary, I just saw a comment of yours that I wanted to read. Let me go up. Mary. Okay, I wish I can join, but I'm on dialysis and it's so draining to get a clinic if it's away. All right, so can you not join because of your dialysis, or is it funds? If it is funds, hit me up on Instagram and I will make sure that you become a member of the Cutie crew. Yeah, hit me up if that's the case, Mary. Or, if it's draining, you can always catch us members only whenever you're up to it, feeling better. But yeah, if that's the reason, if funds are short, let me know. I'll cash up you some money so you can join and pay up for a couple months. All right, guys, let me go down. Alnetta, you was uncomfortable with what? Maybe I missed the comment. He said, oh, it was disrespectful and uncomfortable. Very, very, very. Succeeding. Did I say succeeding? I did. I think I started off with succeeding on the panel. But to the cuties in the chat, OMG, you guys held it down for 5 hours. I wish I could go live earlier. I really do. I'm behind you guys. And yeah, we've been holding it down 5 hours strong. But I promise you, it feels like 2 hours at the most. 2 hours. So thank you guys so much. I see a lot of Chi-Town, vibrant thing. No, I'm Southern girl. I was saying Debbie is my Chi-Town aunt. Chi-Town representing. Do you hear me? I knew immediately with Aunt Debbie. She from the Chi. Succeeding is from the Chi. It's a lot of Chi-Towns in the house. Tenacious T is also a content creator. Hey, Tenacious. I think I saw a couple of your comments. Thank you, Miss Ann. Thank you, CC Star. Now, who did Shirley lose? Shirley, I had death in my family on Sunday. Can't testify if you don't have a testimony. Oh, Shirley, I'm so sorry. My prayers and condolences go out to you and your family. Just know this. It's a lot of us that have lost our parents. And I can promise you there is always a test. There's always a testimony to whatever test. So I don't want you to think that you will not ever be able to testify. I promise you it's coming. So yes, prayers and condolences. Tiambe, whoever you are backstage, your device is not connected, and even if it was, Tiambe, we are done. So catch me on the next live. What's weird is not one person said anything about his daggone face. I know they noticed it, Queen, to you. My condolences to you and your family, and may God give you the lifting spirit to get through this time of need. Thank you. That goes to me. That goes to Shirley Johnson as well. That goes to anyone who's lost someone recently or just period. Prayers. Keep the faith. Papa Tyra is doing okay. Papa Tyra is at home, and we praise God for that. I'm so glad to hear that, Tyra. Tell Papa Tyra, I ain't saying I'm going to jail no more. I was pumped up the other day, child. I was ready to go to jail. Mimi Tales, thank you for joining me. All of my cutie crew, thank you for joining me. Thank you, Josie. Thank you guys so much for all the prayers and condolences. I appreciate it. I really do. Yes, Stephanie, Aunt Debbie reminds me of an aunt of mine as well that passed away. Oh my goodness, it's probably been 30 years or so. But yeah, she reminds me, Aunt Debbie reminds me of my aunt as well. Debbie, love me some Debbie, as real as they come. Do you hear me? You can look, but don't stare or touch. Facts, I don't know millionaires, but I know people who could get away, who could get what they want when they want it. They don't perpetrate. I am thinking Marceau is separated from Tisha. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to catch up on some of these comments. But if you were a cutie crew, and if it was a comment that I missed, please put it on the topic post that I'm gonna throw up tomorrow, so we can discuss on Thursday. I'm definitely resting tomorrow. Shout out again to Desi Dez. I think that was his name. Thank you, Desi, again for joining the panel. Start that YouTube and enlighten and teach the people. I don't even want to say about your lifestyle, about your life. More people need to be educated, you know? So I'll definitely subscribe. All right, guys, I'm out of here. SKR came up. I don't think I mentioned SKR as far as being on the panel. She was definitely there and made her mark. The voice of reason. The voice of reason. And okay, Soul T, I hope to see you hitting the panel next time. Don't be scared. All we doing is talking. So instead of you typing, you just gonna talk it. We got your back. All right, guys. Good night, May May. Good night, Tyra. Good night, Jackie. Good night, Valencia. Good night again to my moms that was in the house, Pink Diva, Miss J, and Tyra. Good night, Jackie. Good night, Jamie. Shay P, good night. R Heb, good night. CC Star, good night. All right. Maybe that's why my voice won't come back. I done been live for 15 hours over the past 4 days. Tanya B, I'm going to read yours on the way out. Tanya B put, she chased him. The Bible says, a man that finds a wife finds a good thing, not a woman who stalks Facebook and chases a man. Tanya, woo child. Facts. All right, guys, we shall see what's going on. I cannot wait to see Love and Marriage Huntsville this Saturday. We will see Mark, Mel's brother. Hopefully, we will see more of Mel. I'm still waiting to see Miss Van. I'm disappointed. I'm really disappointed. D-Truth, thank you. It was an excellent live. It really was. It really was. You guys held it down. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Mary White, good night. Daughter of Israel, good night. Stephanie 614, good night. Josie, good night. Mama V, good night. Sherry, good night. ADR said that they were going to bed, and then I saw another comment about 20 minutes later. These lives just be having you stuck. Believe me, I'm stuck right here just because of you guys. I really love you guys. I really do. Bree, hope you have a good night. I'm scrolling up to see if I see some names I didn't see. Oh, we had Helen. Helen was on the panel. I can't remember her full name. That's my fault. Hold on. I got it somewhere. Here we go. Because I tore off a paper because I was scribbling notes. What was Helen's name? Helen. Doggett? I still don't see it, but she had Helen in her name. Thank you, Helen, for being on the panel as well. I'm not sure if this Helen is the Helen, but thank you. Queen's Tea with Gigi, good night. Linda Roden, good night. The Muted Expressions, good night. Lisa Love, good night. Candace Cheatham, good night. Jazzy J, good night. I'm scrolling. Peggy, good night. Jamie, I think I got you. All right, guys, what time am I up to? I'll try to scroll back an hour. So I'm on the comments that were made at 9:17. Good night, Tanya B. Pinky the housewife was in here tonight, too. Pinky is a content creator. Good night, Pinky. Pinky said good night about an hour ago. You guys go to bed. It's still 717 of you in here currently. I appreciate those that were in the bushes. Definitely appreciate those that were in the chat. And most definitely appreciate that cutie crew. Cutie crew representing Gloria Lacey, SKR, Mary Kelly, Tanya B, Bad, Good Apple, Good Bad Apple, Lois Hardy. Cutie crew always represents. And I hope you guys, I'm really leaving after this. What Debbie said is true. I mentioned to you guys a couple months ago that I would be planning a cutie crew trip vacay. It can be stateside, it can be out the country, it don't matter to me. But let's get together 2025. Let's say around springtime. Somebody's mama was in here. Okay, I'm gone, guys. I am losing my voice. Judy Condell, Mary Kelly again. I'm looking for cutie crew members. We had Cool Cat. We had a semi-troll. I don't know if Amaz zapped him. I didn't see him after a while, so maybe. Here for Hot Tea was also in the chat. I was looking for the comments from the semi-troll. I mean, they was talking stuff, but not as bad, so I wasn't tripping, but I think one of my moms got them up out of here. So sorry. Sweet Lady Cook. Good night. All right, guys. Good night. Thank you guys again for joining me, and I will chat with you soon. Bye.